투표를 다 하셨습니까? 얼른 마무리하십시오. 시간을 다 드렸는데. 투표를 다 하셨습니까? 네? 그렇게 오라고 얘기했는데도 안 오네. 그러면 투표를 마치고 개표를 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 명패함을 열겠습니다. 명패수를 확인한 바 총 195매로서 투표하신 의원 수가 의결 정족수인 제적의원 3분의 2에 미치지 못했습니다. 따라서 이 안건에 대한 투표는 성립되지 않았음을 선포합니다. 대통령 윤석열 탄핵 소추안에 대한 투표가 성립되지 않았습니다. 전 국민이 오늘 국회의 결정을 지켜보고 있습니다. 세계 각국이 주시하고 있습니다. 이토록 중대한 국가적 사안에 대해 투표조차 이루어지지 않은 것은 매우 유감입니다. 민주주의는 내용도 중요하지만 절차도 몹시 중요합니다. 이 사안에 대한 투표 불성립은 국가의 중대사를 놓고 가부를 판단하는 민주적 절차조차 판단하지 못한 것입니다. 국회를 대표해 국민께 죄송합니다. 사퇴를 선포합니다.
Palestinian state. Another geopolitical experiment. We are absolutely convinced of inadmissibility to use terrorists like Hayat Tahrir al-Sham to achieve geopolitical purposes, as it is being done now with the organization of this offensive from the Idlib de-escalation area. You know, what we do in the world, maybe the mentality is different. The Americans, for them, I know them very well, for them what is important, how they are perceived. And they always want to be perceived number one. When they tell something, everybody must say, yes, sir, whatever Uncle Sam decides. In our case, it's not about being concerned with the impression we make on the people. We do things in which we believe. And if we could help, since 2015, could help to keep the Syrian state apart if we could organize the process with Iranian and Turkey colleagues, which is called Astana process, and we met today, as you mentioned, this in itself was a very helpful process. Nothing goes smoothly in world diplomacy, but the events which we are witnessing today, they are clearly geared to undermine everything we have been doing during those years. And we are sorry not for the image which people see in the person of the Russian Federation or me personally, but we are very concerned with the fate of the Syrian people. We don't want them to follow the fate of Iraqis, of Libyans, and of other nations who were disturbed by the people desiring to keep their domination.
The Russian embassy in Damascus is now urging Russian nationals to leave Syria. Does that mean that you believe that Assad may not be able to cling on to power? And if that is the case, are you going to try and save him this time?
Well, the Western embassies in Kyiv some time ago suggested for the nationals to leave. The embassies in South Korea are doing the same. It's a diplomatic job. I understand that you need some sensation in your interview.
Well, I think
it's a diplomatic job. You have, as journalists, to care about facts. I have, among other things, to care about my compatriots.
Understood, but the sensation surely is the fact that so much of the territory of Syria has been lost in such a short period of time. Do you think
militarily, Russia helps the Syrian army with the Air Force, which is based at Khmeimim, and we help the Syrian army to counter the attacks of terrorists. What is the forecast? I cannot guess. We are not in the business of guessing. We agreed today with Iran and Turkey to issue a strong call, which I described, and we would be doing some specific steps to make sure that this call is heeded.
You say that Russia has been helping the Syrian military. It clearly has. Are you not frustrated then that it seems in many cases the Syrian military just ran away? It's a bit like when the Taliban took over Afghanistan in 2021, is it not?
Well, the Americans have been leaving Afghanistan even more safely, I think. You know, if you want me to try to give my assessment of who behaves how and how this is perceived outside, then this is your right. You are interviewing me, and I think I gave my advice. It seems, however, that you are doing everything to avoid coming to Ukraine.
I will come to Ukraine, but I definitely want to talk about the issues in the Middle East first. And I want to come back to the UN blacklist, but their leader, Jelani, is now projecting whites that they are welcome. Do you see if he's telling the truth?
Well, first of all, he is projecting this position as far as I checked with the Americans whether he is still on the US terrorist list, in addition to the Security Council terrorist list. Already something. Is already something. As for the promises he is spreading, I never, challenged the English proverb, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
But there are other cases, and there's one obvious one. The Taliban were on a blacklist, they were allied to Al-Qaeda, and now in Afghanistan, Russia deals with the Taliban. Things change.
We never withdrew our embassy from Kabul. The embassy was staying there throughout the American and coalition occupation. throughout their shameful departure, and whenever withdrew the embassy. The Taliban, by the way, they are not as an organization on the UN terrorist list. Several leaders of the Taliban are on the personal terrorist list, but I understand what you mean. You are basically saying that life is more interesting and more complicated than resolutions and statements and claims and promises. We'll see how it works. If the opposition, which was mentioned in the resolution 2254, is a responsible opposition, if they care about their country, then they would not allow for this operation to continue. They participate in hostilities as well, and today's call from Iran, Turkey, and Russia should be heard by everybody who is on the ground in Syria.
And on the ground in Syria right now, the focus is the battle for Homs. If Homs is taken, then the territory controlled by Assad will be divided in two. And on one side of that will be your big naval base that you were given for 49 years, sovereign naval base, and also your large air base in Latakia. Is Russia worried about those? Apparently some analysts say there have been satellite images of Russian vessels already leaving your Tartus naval base.
Well, there is a naval exercise in the Mediterranean. Maybe your satellite images took this for something different. We lost in Syria. We are so desperate. If this is what you need, let's continue. But my point is, I am not in the business of guessing what is going to happen. We are trying to do everything not to allow terrorists to prevail, even if they say that they are no longer terrorists.
What about the role of Turkey in this? You met with a Turkish foreign minister here in Doha. Do you think they are controlling the situation or just want to keep on top of the situation?
They are very influential actor in Syria, and I think you know this. They are concerned with the security of their border with Syria. We discussed it in Astana format and in the context of Astana plus Syria discussions on normalizing relations between Turkey and Damascus. And there is a series of ideas which we want to put into practice to keep Syria territorially integral and united while ensuring security of the border, which is porous, has been porous for terrorist attacks on the territory of Turkey. Adan Agreement of 1986, I think, is an example how this can be addressed. And I have between Syria and Turkey must be normalized, and we will be doing anything to be helpful.
To finish on Syria, please, Mr. Foreign Minister, you keep mentioning Resolution 2254. If ever it got to the stage of the ultimate part of that resolution, free and fair elections, hand on heart, you cannot believe, can you, that the Assad family, the Assad dynasty that's run this country for 54 years, has run it throughout this war when 500,000 people have died, that they would be elected in free and fair elections, do you?
To get to this point, you said yourself that this is a crowning paragraph of the resolution. Before that, you need to implement what comes before it, including sovereignty and territorial integrity to be respected. The Americans' invasion and occupation of the east of Syria, supporting Kurdish separatists, including on the lands which historically belonged to Arab tribes, exploiting oil and food resources, selling them in the world market and financing the quasi-state they're building there. Do you think it is not...
To Gaza, over 45,000 people. You know, back in June, the 10th of June, 14 members of the... Is there any valid reason, in Russia's view, almost 6 months later, why there is no ceasefire in place now?
Because this was a resolution of the quality which we could not support. We did not veto it only because all our Arab friends, including Palestinians, did not want us to. They wanted to give it a try. It mentioned a Biden plan, and the Americans were persuading us during the meeting of the Security Council that this Biden's plan is supported by Netanyahu. We asked to circulate the Biden's plan. They said, oh, no, it's not necessary, trust us, trust me, like Schwarzenegger used to say. So we abstained. And it turned out that the plan does not exist, that Israelis are not committed by anything. So this plan turned out to be one of the rules on which the world order must be based. Rules-based world order. Nothing specific. So with resolution intended not to be implemented, how can we expect that it would?
Israel has now killed...
No applause?
Israel has now killed many of Hamas's commanders. Do you think it has any real reason to continue fighting, or is it just causing carnage, death and destruction deliberately of Palestinians?
Well, we strongly condemned the terrorist attack on the 7th of October last year. But at the same time, we strongly condemn the way Israel reacted, basically by starting a collective punishment of the Palestinians. I discussed with some Israeli colleagues this issue, and well, not even in the, I think publicly, either the Minister of Defense or some other official from the cabinet, when asked why don't you take measures, you know, so that you prevent the damage to civilians, peaceful citizens, he said there are no peaceful citizens there in Gaza. As of the age of 3, they are all terrorists. And with this philosophy, and when Antonio Guterres condemned the terrorist attack and then added, but it did not happen in a vacuum. You remember what Israeli reaction was? The former ambassador demanded that Guterres resigns. Eventually he was declared persona non grata. Unbelievable. And I don't think Israelis are doing good for their own interests, because this notion that they are terrorists when they reach the age of 3 years, well, this is of course the figure of speech, but for almost 80 years, generation after generation is growing in the situation of occupation and the situation of blockade, and of course the parents and the teachers at school, people, and what happened in 1948. So unless Palestinian state is created, which unless Palestinian state is created, extremism would be breeding and breeding and breeding in the region, there is no doubt. And just to say that we will exterminate all Hamas members, I don't think it's a serious pledge.
Let's move to Ukraine, and some are suggesting there are lots and lots of proposals emerging. Can I put to you President Zelensky's latest proposal, because it seems to ease the conflict while still claiming all of the territory that he had before, but with a security guarantee rather like the East Germany, West Germany situation, with Western Ukraine being brought under a NATO umbrella. What do you make of that? Is that in any way acceptable to Russia?
Some time ago, I stopped following what Zelensky says. He can change his position from A to Z overnight, depending on how he feels at this particular moment. It is not about Korean option, German option, or any other option which he calls which he says must be based without any alternative on the Ukrainian terms. Fine, then he should draw a map and see how he can accommodate himself and his fantasies. Many initiatives have been put forward, including this infamous and stupid peace formula by Zelensky, which says Russia must withdraw to 1991 borders. Putin and myself, by the way, must go to the tribunal. Russia must pay compensation. Russia must reduce the size of its weaponry close to Ukrainian border, and so on and so forth. But there are plans not coming from somebody who is inadequate, but from people who would like to help and who are motivated by goodwill, like China and Brazil moved a plan which was subject to discussion in the margins of the General Assembly last September. South Africans were circulating some ideas. League of Arab States visited Moscow a couple of times. Members of the working group they created, contact group they created on Ukraine. None of the initiatives, they're all dictated by goodwill, no doubt. We don't dispute that. But none of them mentions what President Xi Jinping of China proclaimed in his global security initiative, which he made public, I think, in February 2023, not about Ukraine. It's a generic initiative on the principles which you must apply when you address any conflict. And one of the principles says, address and eliminate root causes of a conflict. This is key to any situation, be it lack of Palestinian state and what is going on in the Middle East, or be it Ukraine. The root causes of the Ukrainian crisis are not mentioned in any initiatives, and I met recently with ambassadors accredited to Russia in Moscow, talk about this to them, and whenever I speak to journalists or to political scientists, I always raise this issue. Because to my amazement, what I'm going to say is not reported by anybody. The root causes, 2014, February, because Ukraine, to understand how the association with the European Union would affect its economic relations with Russia, just, some additional thinking, additional consultations to understand how this would affect. And they wanted to have no tariffs with European Union. And we have a lot of protection with the European Union for many industries of ours. So we told them, guys, if you open up, we have to close the border with Ukraine, because we would be flooded by the European goods, which are on most things are more competitive. And that's why Ukrainians asked for some more time to think. Actually, we suggested to EU and to Ukrainians to have a meeting at 3 and to discuss it. European Union head of the Commission, Mr. Barroso at that time, he said, none of your business. We don't discuss with you our relations with Canada. Anyway, very arrogant. So the request to postpone the consultations was used as the trigger for this Maidan demonstration, which culminated in February 2014.
Can I bring you back to the present day now, Mr. Forrester, because we're running out of time?
Yeah, I understand that you represent cancel culture.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Whatever part of root causes you don't like, you want to switch over them.
No, I think you explained
I'm not going. Well, if we are running out of time, then I was right. You wanted to drown me in Syria.
I think these are rather important issues.
I addressed it very seriously. Briefly, this confrontation between the president and the government was resolved with Germany, France, and Poland witnessing and guaranteeing the deal between the government and the opposition, and next morning they took all administrative buildings. And the deal signed the night before said we create a government of national unity and go for early elections. And when they took the administrative building, they said, please congratulate us. We created the government of the winners, not of national unity, winners. Then they said, their first announcement was, we will cancel the status of the Russian language. They sent armed groups. But this all is cancelled. We were only accused, you annex Crimea. No attention to the fact that Crimeans held referendum. They said territorial integrity. A few years before that, they announced unilaterally, without any referendum, independence of Kosovo, and said this is in line with the UN Charter because which is the right. So, was the basis for decolonization, for awakening of the people who understood that. By the same token, the people whom Zelensky, in an interview before the special operation, called not people but species, and publicly said those who live in Ukraine and feel associated with the Russian culture, get out to Russia. These people do not consider Zelensky and his regime as legitimate masters.
Mr. Foreign Minister.
And the last point, human rights. This you cannot interrupt. Article 1 of the United Nations irrespective of race, gender, language, or religion. In Ukraine, since 2017, 5 years before the special operation started, they passed legislation, piece by piece, exterminating legally Russian language at all stages of education. In media, Russian TV outlets were closed. Ukrainian TV companies who were broadcasting in Russian were closed. They were storming libraries and throwing out books in Russian language, like Hitler did. And then recently they passed a law prohibiting the canonic Ukrainian Orthodox Church, thus violating the Article 1 of the Charter, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of language or religion. Our Western brothers and sisters, who on any occasion, on something which is happening in any part of the globe, including Antarctic, with penguins and others, put human rights on top, they never mumbled human rights in relation to Ukraine, whether a racist regime has been breeded by them. So those are the root causes, and I hope the people who sincerely interested in promoting some solution and would be drafting some initiative would concentrate on the things which I mentioned, including, of course, non-NATO. NATO wanted to create a stronghold in Ukraine with the plans to build naval bases on Sea of Azov and on the Black Sea. They were eyeing Crimea, and when all this was stopped, you see, the reaction is really hysterical.
Foreign Minister, my final question. We have the ATACMS missiles being used by the Americans. We have Russia now using its new hypersonic missiles. We have lots of nuclear talk. How dangerous is this moment right now, in your view, in your long career as a person at the top table of global diplomacy? And do you hope that the arrival of the Trump administration can turn the page?
Well, I cannot speculate about the policies which the Trump administration would eventually formulate. There are many rumors, many testing ground statements. As regards the danger, it is dangerous. And I hope you can at some point interview somebody from the Biden administration, because everything they do indicates that they persuade Europeans they push them farther and farther, providing an example like the British more aggressively involved. They also pressure the Germans with Taurus, as far as I understand. And, you know, once Mr. Kirby, who is strategic, whatever, communicator of the communications at the White House, he was asked whether the US is concerned about possible escalation. He said, yes, we are, because if nuclear weapons are used, Europe would suffer. Mentally, he cannot even think about the fact that the US can suffer. With this mentality, it's very reckless for the current administration to push and push and push Europe. Hope reason would prevail. There are wise people in the United States, and we hope that they would be taking the final decision and not those who play with fire.
Sergei Lavrov, Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera for the 2024 Doha Forum. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Potentially catastrophic conflagration of cooler heads prevail. Extremely important there to hear the Russian perspective on so many of the world's key crises, from Syria to Gaza and, of course, Ukraine. Minister Lavrov, as you heard, dismissing many of the proposals that have been put forward by the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, but highlighting the importance of some of the global principles that have been presented by China on the need to address some of the world's root causes when it comes to tackling and solving some of the many intractable and thorny crises in the world today. Minister Lavrov emphasized the importance of looking at some of these root causes in the context of Ukraine. He went back 10 years from where we are today to emphasize the need to understand some of the Russian perspective, which we have just heard. Now, our next session will involve a more global perspective on how to solve the Russian conflict. As we set the stage for our panelists, let me remind everyone that the session is entitled Global Stakes in the New Phase of the War in Ukraine. We all just heard how we literally are standing on the precipice of what could be a very dangerous moment in this war. For months, many people around the world have been warning about the dangers of a wider war. Some believe that we could be on the verge of a third world war. So are we inching closer to that catastrophe, or can we step back from the brink by trying to use more creative approaches to solving some of these difficult situations around the world? I'm going to invite to the stage now the moderator of our next session. It's my pleasure to introduce Mark Leonard, who is co-founder and director of the European Council on Foreign Relations.
in fact, already started in 2014 and lasted for centuries. This is neo-colonial war, genocidal war, and this is not just only war for Ukraine, since my country, my nation, is fighting for the rights of everyone in this whole, especially as far as the terms neo-colonial and genocidal war is concerned. We are grateful for our colleagues, for our friends, allies, partners, for any endeavors aimed at stopping this war. But in understanding of Ukraine, to stop this war means to have a victory. And this victory should be considered as the military and political victory over the aggressor. Otherwise, it will be short stop, even if ceasefire will be proposed. This ceasefire will give the aggressor state opportunities to refurbish its army and to restart war in few years. That is why only possible outcome for us, the main possibility as a guarantee, is a NATO membership. Second, right now we should have all the means for fighting, including all the permissions of using the weapons we are receiving to stop aggressor. At these positions, they are now including the territory of Russia. And last but not least, the destiny of this world is being decided here in the battlefield of Ukraine. There are some other conflicts, but those conflicts currently do not involve such many human resources. They do not cause such many risks for the human civilization, and they do not put the civilization at the very edge of the nuclear war. So, should this world like to continue its development, growth, and stable, let's say, stepping up on the civilization stairs, this conflict, this war should be finished with according to the international law, according to the United Nations statute. Otherwise, everything in the international policy is useless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We're, I think, coming to the end of our time, but I think what you asked maybe raises some really interesting questions for all of our speakers. So I'm going to just ask each of them what I think is an interesting question that comes out of you, out of what you said, Ambassador. Firstly, to our friend from Poland, the Ukrainian ambassador talked about a neo-colonial war and a genocidal war. These are terms that we hear a lot in a Middle Eastern context as well. At the very beginning of the Doha Forum, the Prime Minister, Sheikh Mohammed, was talking about Israel using exactly the same language that we heard from our Ukrainian friend about Russia's behavior. How do you think Europeans should be responding to that? Do you think that it's right and helpful either to be using these terms to describe what's going on, and how does one deal with these questions about double standards and find a language to talk about what is obviously a completely existential question for Europeans, but often runs into incomprehension when you talk to people at other parts of the world? I remember in this very forum doing a panel a few weeks after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and there was a big gulf between the way that the Europeans speaking about the conflict were describing what was going on, and the way that it was seen by people who came from Africa, from the Middle East, from other parts of the world. How do you think about that sitting in Warsaw?
Well, I think that the debate about double standards leads us to nowhere. It is rather a reflection of emotions than facts, and I'd say it is not necessarily a good proposition for international relations or for a serious political debate. Wars are different, and definitely the war in the Ukraine, including for the reasons mentioned by the Ukrainian ambassador, is different than the one taking place in Gaza and in Lebanon. The situation, the humanitarian situation, the situation in Sudan is different to the one in the Middle East. There is always a talk about double standards. But referring back to the comment of my Turkish colleagues, he is absolutely right. Values matter, and values, I would say, apply to all of the conflicts, and irrespective of the differences, international law, I would say limits of exercising military power, involving also the legitimate right for self-defense and responding to the aggression, is beyond a doubt, and there is no dual standards on that. Perhaps the performance of international community has to meet, I would say, the understanding of the commonality of standards as regards the international conflict solution.
So to our friend from Turkey, we just heard the passionate comments from the Ukrainian ambassador. Before we went on the stage, we heard from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. You were talking before about how we need to have an outcome that satisfies both sides. He was talking, Minister Lavrov was talking a lot about the root causes. One of the kind of central root causes in his mind was about Ukraine's eventual membership of the European Union and of NATO. How do you reconcile that in your mind with what we heard from our friend from Kiev?
I'll try to answer your question first, and then I'll have a comment on the ambassador's points. That's exactly what we're talking about when we're saying diplomacy and sitting on the table and discussing and trying to make peace with your enemy. That's exactly what we're talking about. There's a Russian point of view, there's a Ukrainian point of view. These sides will decide how the war ends.
But Ukraine is not saying whether Russia can join other entities.
That is,
and they're not asking Russia to become a neutral country that disarms.
This is all the part that we're talking about. If we are just taking one word which is said and then say, okay, if this person is saying that, then we will not do the other thing. Then we have not a negotiation, then we don't have diplomacy. Of course, a lot of things will be said, but there's also realities and grounds on the ground, and there will be, this is the negotiation part of it, you know? Trying to find the way where both sides say, okay, I can live with that, and this is something viable. So this is the issue at hand here. Of course, there will be different points, but this is the whole thing of filling forms like this, to hear these different points, see them, try to understand them, and then try to work on them. Now, with all due respect to the ambassador of Ukraine to Qatar, of course I understand his duty and his passion, and I understand that his country is under attack. There's no question on that. However, any conflict, any war, and any loss of life is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Ambassador. What is happening in Gaza is plain out genocide of children, women, elderly people, and people who do not have arms. I am not comparing any conflict in the world to any other conflict. One loss of life is too much. If that is a child, if that is a woman, if that is an elderly person who doesn't have any arms or the right to defend himself or capability to defend themselves, then we are all responsible for that. So we shouldn't make a distinction between the horrors of this world. And yes, there is a lot of talk about double standards, and I actually do think it does help to talk about these things, because it is this double standards that has brought us today where we are today. Because if you apply one point to one place and then another point and the same point not to another place, then people start to think, okay, if I can get away with this, then maybe I can do this here as well. So this is what we're saying. We have to approach all of these things with a certain respect towards everybody. And that's why we're saying the United Nations Security Council has to be reformed. Right now, the United Nations Security Council, one country is voting against another country without even looking what is being proposed. Why? Because they're opposing the other country. Simple as that. Where are we going to get results from this system that we have brought about after the Second World War? And this is what we're debating. The European Council, as I mentioned, is also a product of the end of the Second World War, brought about by people who ended the Second World War. I mean, big names that Churchill one being of them, Adenauer being the other one. So we have to work on this. It's our responsibility towards our history, but also our responsibility even more to our future and to our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So last question to you, Zheitong, about China's relationship with Russia, because one of the key questions I think facing people is what kind of relationship is evolving now. You have written in the past about how China needs to move away from its non-alignment stance and to build up meaningful relationships with other countries, and Russia was one of the countries that you cited a long time ago, long before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And many people think that actually, behind all the talk of peace and respecting international law, it's been quite important for the government in Beijing not to see Russia defeated, because things are seen through this bipolar prism that you described earlier. How do you see the relationship of China and Russia developing, and what does that mean also for how China is going to weigh its options as we enter this new phase in Ukraine?
Mm-hmm. Well, first, I would answer your question directly. And China-Russia relationship becomes more consolidated after the war took place in Ukraine in 2022. If you look at the history of the post-Cold War, and in the early period of the 1990s, China-Russia relationship is not that close, because at that time, Yeltsin desperately want to join NATO. Only after this efforts defeat, and then Russia found that there is no way for NATO to accept the Russia as a member of that organization. Russia is unhappy with the organization 19 plus 1. He said, why would you make it to the 20? And then the NATO members said, no, we don't want to have a 20, because 19 plus 1 means, and you're opposite to us. So after that, and the Russian initiated the improvement with China, but then the relationship is not solid as today. The reason is very simple, because they still feel, and they need the European more than need China. They have a strategic relationship with Europe more than with China. And only after the war, they find that no matter in terms of economy or security or culture, and it's no way for Russia to continue their traditional relationship with Europe, and then they turn to the East. Their strategy, they call the shift from the Western-oriented foreign policy to the East-oriented. That means get closer to China. So today, the improvement China-Russia relationship, mainly because of Russia's efforts. Okay, that's a first. And second, and from my understanding, and because now we're talking about whether the difference between Trump and Biden. I think Biden very clearly stated he wants the war continue rather than he wants the war ended. And he I think last week or the week before, he said that we have to send every penny, and already passed at the Congress to the Ukraine and have the war continue. So he didn't talking about the end of the war. So I think that's possibly the difference between the Trump and Biden, to end the war or continue the war. I don't know whether Trump has the capability to stop it or not. I have no idea. At least rhetorically, they're talking different destination. The last point is that, from my understanding, China-Russian relations heavily based on the common threat from the United States. And the U.S. impose this strategic pressure on both of China and Russia, maybe differently. And they impose a threat on Russia. Small yard than China in terms of technology. China and as possible. And because now we're in the digital age. So from my understanding, the more US impose this common threat to China and Russia, and the relationship will become closer.
Thank you very much. It's been an absolutely fascinating discussion. We've gone over lots of really big themes, looking at the European security order, looking at the situation in Ukraine, trying to link that to wider discussions about global order. Maybe you can join me in thanking our speakers for giving us such an interesting insight into the next phase of the war in Ukraine from a global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to all our panelists. Could I invite you, please, to regain your seats while we prepare for the next session? A thought-provoking discussion here on stage, starting with the war on Ukraine, at a time when so much of the world's attention and focus has shifted from the war in Ukraine to other regions, to other wars. Gentlemen, may I invite you to regain your seats while our panelists join us on stage in a moment or two. Our next session is a panel discussion entitled Preventing Another Year of Tragedy in Palestine, Shaping a Way Forward. Now, this is perhaps the most defining issue of our time. Some, as you have heard here on stage and elsewhere, have called it a genocide. Others haven't. But whatever we may call it, however we may refer to it, one important question facing every leader in the world today, indeed every institution, is how on earth do we allow such a massive scale of senseless killing and devastation to continue for so long? How do we ensure justice and accountability? If we are talking about an innovative way of solving the world's problems, do we need a new system, or do we simply need to apply them in a non-biased and fair way? How much damage has the tragedy in Palestine inflicted on our common humanity, on our purported values, on our system of international law applied to some and not to others, on our so-called rules-based order? Can we recover from this tragedy in order to prevent the next one? Without further ado, let me invite to the stage our moderator. She is the BBC's Chief International Correspondent, Lise Doucette.
The stage immediately so we can get right down to business, starting with Daniel Levy, who's chatting with the moderator instead of listening to the moderator. So please, our distinguished panel, please come. Mustafa Barghouti, the minister. Blina is here too. Please come and join me. Oh, hello. Lovely to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yours.
Oh, so hello.
Yes.
I hope I don't go first.
No.
Excellent.
No. Thank you very much for staying on with us in the Al Dafna Hall. Staying on to discuss what Gita has rightly pointed out is one of the defining moments in our time, to use the word that the Doha Forum is using, the tragedy of our time. And I think Gita has sketched out exactly the depth of the suffering, the profound suffering and pain of the Palestinians in this Gaza war, which seems to be without end. The suffering, too, of course, of the Israelis still held hostage in Gaza. We want to use the next 45 minutes. We want to approach it not with broken hearts, but with very sharp minds, because, as you all know, it has taken, tragically, this really unprecedented moment of suffering for the Palestinians, this war triggered by the Hamas attacks, that has put the Palestinian issue on the agenda as never before. There have been more legal moves, more diplomatic moves, more political moves, more attention on focusing how does the world move towards what really many believe is the only solution to this conflict, to prevent this forever war, and that is a Palestinian state. A state for Palestinians which gives them their aspirations to run their own affairs in dignity alongside Israel, peace and security for both of them. So we want to have a very constructive discussion, and we have a great panel to do that with people who are important players on all of these fronts, all of these tools and approaches that are being used now to look at how to put the Palestinian issue not just on the agenda but to achieve results. Sitting right next to me is the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Colombia, His Excellency Luis Morgillo. Thank you very much for joining us. And your counterpart from Spain, the Secretary of State for Foreign and Global Affairs, His Excellency Diego Martinez Bello. And then we got one of the best legal minds in the business, and what a business it is, Blina Grawley, who is the senior barrister, she's a KC, senior barrister at Matrix Chambers. And we have Mustafa Barghouti, known to many of you, Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative, who has been raising his voice night and day throughout this war, and indeed before it began. And last but not least, Daniel Levy, the president of the U.S. Middle East Project, which is organizing this session. I'm Lise Doucette, a BBC chief international correspondent. I'm going to turn protocol on its head, as journalists are allowed to do, and we're going to start by looking at the tools. And I'm going to begin with Blina. Let's just sketch out, because these are really unprecedented moves at the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, what happened in the General Assembly. Never have we seen so much use of these legal tools. Could you just please sketch out for us exactly what has been achieved in recent months?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you to the Doha Forum for the invitation to speak at the conference, but also to speak on such an important topic. As Lisa said, there have been numerous legal démarches, rulings, opinions, orders over the course of the last year. It's not for want of legal processes that Israel's attack on Gaza is ongoing. It is the failure by the international community to uphold those rulings, to comply with them, and to adhere to their obligations under international law. But I'm going to set out briefly the 4 key processes that have occurred or are ongoing this year in relation to Gaza and in relation to Palestine more broadly. The first is, of course, the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion handed down in July, a seminal opinion that makes clear that Israel is occupying the Palestinian territory, that is unlawful, that it must be brought to an end as soon as possible. And the United Nations General Assembly has, of course, said that that means within 12 months of September, so by September of next year, that it is in violation of the right of Palestinians to self-determination, that the settlements must be dismantled and settlers repatriated to Israel, that Israel is in violation of Article 3 of the Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which prohibits segregation and apartheid, and there must be restitution and reparation for Palestinians. But equally importantly, what the advisory opinion makes clear is that third states are under an obligation not to recognize as lawful Israel's presence in the occupied territory, duty not to render aid or assistance to Israel in maintaining or entrenching its presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. Critically, a duty to distinguish in their dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the occupied territories, and a duty to cooperate with the United Nations to bring the occupation to an end as soon as possible. So that is an absolutely critical and seminal opinion by the International Court of Justice. There have been two other cases before the International Court of Justice, two contentious cases. The first is South Africa versus Israel, in which I was instructed, in relation to which the court found that there was a real and imminent risk of prejudice to the rights of Palestinians not to be subjected to acts of genocide. And having found that risk, the court ordered 3 sets of provisional measures against Israel, with which Israel is required to comply. And they include to ensure, for example, humanitarian aid to Gaza, to allow fact-finding missions into Gaza, and to ensure that the Israeli military does not commit acts of genocide, including killing and harm. Equally seminal, but sometimes overlooked, is the case of Nicaragua versus Germany, which is critical because it looks at the obligations of third states, in particular Germany, in relation to the aid and assistance or complicity by Germany in what Israel is doing in Gaza. And whilst the court didn't order provisional measures in that case, it did make some very, very clear pronouncements. It took the opportunity to reiterate the obligations on third states under Common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions to ensure that the Geneva Conventions are upheld even in conflicts where the state in question is not itself a party, and also the duty to prevent genocide. And what is so important and so interesting about that ruling is that the court saw it particularly important to remind states of their obligation relating to the transfer of arms to states involved in a conflict where there is a risk of violation of the Geneva Conventions or the Genocide Conventions, and the court made clear that they apply in the context of Israel's attacks on Gaza. And then finally, as you will all know, there are the arrest warrants that have rather belatedly, but at last, been issued by the International Criminal Court, including a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, for war crimes and crimes against humanity, including starvation. So there is not a problem in the sense of there are legal processes, they are being implemented, they are being sought, but the difficulty is, and the critical problem that is facing not just the international institutions, but also the international legal order at present, is the failure by states to comply with those rulings and the failure by the international community to ensure that they are upheld, that has really led to a crisis point at present for international law.
So you have sketched out, the word of the war has been unprecedented right from the moment. There is so much that is unprecedented about this war, and so too on the legal front. Would you agree that unprecedented, that so many of the world's top courts, so many of the sharpest legal tools the international community have been wielded, but as you've hinted, they haven't really moved the dial. They haven't achieved what they're intended to achieve, which is justice. They've been mocked, they've been ignored, the courts themselves are not recognized by all the world powers. Briefly, do you have any other legal tools in your toolbox?
So I have just come here actually from the Assembly of State Parties to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. It was being held this week in The Hague. It was a bleak and somber affair. You had the President of the International Criminal Court addressing the Assembly of State Parties, talking about the extraordinary and unprecedented situation facing the court, the coercive measures, threats, sabotage against the court, which she described as being an existential threat to the court. And it's very difficult to disagree with that assessment, but not only that assessment as it applies to the International Criminal Court, but to the international legal order as a whole. And it's in significant part, as I said before, due to the failure by the international community to seek to hold Israel accountable for what it is doing in Gaza. There is more that can be done. There are 5 things that I will set out very briefly that can be done. because now really is the moment for states, for international lawyers, for civil society to push back, to try and ensure that the international legal order, the international rule of law is not trampled upon, but comes out stronger, because the future, any alternative future is where what is happening in Gaza is normalized, is frankly too bleak to contemplate.
Just list, because we're going to have to get on
So
to
very
the other,
quickly, states can redouble their commitment to international law, number one. They can intervene in the cases that are currently before the court, South Africa versus Israel, Nicaragua versus Germany, also Gambia, Myanmar. It's not about Gaza, but it is about the Genocide Convention, and it will determine the interpretation of the Genocide Convention going forward. They can bring forward further advisory opinions. Norway is indeed spearheading an initiative at the United Nations General Assembly in relation to the unprecedented attacks on UNRWA. Lawyers in domestic jurisdictions can bring cases. I myself am involved in a case in the United Kingdom challenging the UK's continuing exports of parts for fighter jets to Israel. And, of course, it is not just about weapons. The advisory opinion, paragraphs 278 and 279, are clear that states need to reevaluate their dealings with Israel, whether they be cultural, military, political, economic, to ensure that they are not, in their dealings, upholding the illegalities.
Thank you very much. Minister Bello from Spain, let me bring you in here. Spain has joined the South African case about genocide. You have backed the General Assembly resolution which endorsed the International Court of Justice's ruling on occupied territory. But you and Spain, Norway, Ireland joined the many other states which have all recognized Palestinian statehood. We've had a very clear account of whether the legal tools are working. Was your recognition of statehood a symbolic move, or what do you think it has achieved?
Thank you. And we were party also to the advisory opinion on the occupied territories. I don't think it was symbolic. Of course, we don't think a state materializes out of thin air, and especially given the circumstances. But we thought that after these many years, after the Oslo agreement and negotiations, a peace process, of course, the process is supposed to have a term within your life. It's already been going on for 30 years and we see no outcome. So we thought that for those, in fact, holdouts, because Western countries, Western European countries were holdouts, Eastern Europe recognized in 1988, we needed to do something to break the impasse. We've been, in fact, managing this conflict for the last at least 20 years. There's been no real peace initiatives for a long time. And people may have thought that this was under control until last year, and then we had the worst crisis in recent memory. It's first the number of civilians killed in Israel, the number of civilians killed in Gaza, what's going on in the West Bank, first direct attacks between Iran and Israel. So clearly the way we were doing things was an abject failure. So I understand that, and people say it's symbolic. In fact, when I hear it, we hear that even from counterparts. And when people tell you that something is symbolic or useless, I think it convinces me more of the usefulness, because if it's useless, nobody tells you, they just forget. And people keep reminding us. So we think it's useful. We think it's useful to keep the issue on the table. And when I'm speaking about the issue, is the two-state solution. And quite frankly, in October, when we started discussing this at the European level, we insisted on putting the two-state solution on statements by the European Council. And it was a really strange feeling, because I've been following Middle East affairs for 20 years now. And one could feel that when Spain and Ireland and we and Slovenia, we started putting this on the table, some people look at us as if this were some kind of radical, strange idea. And even countries that have recognized Palestine, and countries whose position was that the end solution has to be a two-state solution, which are in fact all European countries. So that's we thought that it had to we had to bring a glimmer of hope first. That's for Palestinians, and also to remind people that we need to find a solution and not just ceasefire, which is very good, and I commend Qatar for all its efforts in trying to reach a ceasefire, the release of the hostages. But what we need to, I mean, in the midterm, is to move towards a two-state solution. And we all know the parameters, so there is no need to make anything up. And I think what's very simple is that we need to uphold international law, and that's all.
At the end of the day, as has been repeated time and again, and in effect it doesn't have to be, at the end of the day, it's Israelis and Palestinians who will have to make peace. And Spain, like all Western powers, wants to maintain relations with the Palestinians and with Israel. The then Foreign Minister Israel Katz said thank you for the service to Hamas. They called it anti-Semitic. How do you balance, at the same time that you need to send a very strong signal of the recognition of the aspirations of Palestinians, but you also have to work with Israel to achieve that? So how hard a diplomatic juggling act is that?
Yes, on anti-Semitism, we have the Spanish government has a very active policy against anti-Semitism. We are absolutely implacable against anti-Semitism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, whatever. So this is, there's a study by the University of Tel Aviv that in 2023, Spain was the country with the least number of anti-Semitic incidents as compared to the population. So the Jewish population in Spain is relatively small, but that's compared to the population. So, and I don't think that's the link to the fact that we've taken this position on defending also the rights of Palestinians. We don't feel, I mean, I said before, we're not taking sides. We are defending international law, international values, what, I mean, many countries, and in any case, all European countries say they defend. So we are doing in practical terms. We've done it with recognition. We've done it by defending funding for Palestine, for UNRWA, condemning the laws from the next set. And so this is not taking sides against Israel, and I'm deeply convinced that the two-state solution is the best road ahead for the security of Israel as well. And we just have to see what happened in October 7th to see that the current path does not bring security to Israelis.
Good. So the recognition that was granted by the European states then brought the number in the General Assembly 146 out of 193. And of course, I think, Your Excellency, Minister Mrigi, some of you might say, well, what took you so long? You know, we've recognized them long ago. And Colombia has been one of the countries which has gone even further. You came out and said bluntly, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. You cut diplomatic relations with Israel. You stopped your trade, your military trade. What do you think is being achieved by even taking a harder line on than your Spanish counterpart?
Thank you for this opportunity and to participate in this with this distinguished panelist. Why it took so long? It's like we recognized the Palestinian state in 2018. If you have a resolutions from the UN that say that you have the two-state solution, you have to recognize the Palestinian state. It seems logical within the diplomacy of sincerity. We promote the diplomacy that is diplomacy for peace, to promote life, and you promote life when you protect the human rights of people and their dignity. And that's what President Petro has been saying. He said that before the October 7th at the UN, asking for a conference to talk about the Palestinian question. But we need, obviously, to recognize that what is happening is a genocide. He said that first. Why? We need to remind the numbers. More than 45,000 people are being killed, assassinated, including babies, in the 21st century. That people, all the world is seeing. It's the first time that the world is seeing how the genocide is happening. And we need to say that straightforward. It's happening. More than 100,000 people also have been wounded. Here we heard this morning the journalists that have nothing to do with this conflict, just to inform humanitarian workers. We are seeing how hunger has been weaponized, and we are creating in a very, in a high hypocrisy way, there some alliance to fight hunger, when hunger has been weaponized within the eyes of everybody. That in the 21st century, we cannot allow to happen. And this is what Colombia is saying. 70% of those assassinated have been women and children. So that's the fact. That's the fact. That fact is challenging the rule-based international order. That's the preoccupation of Colombia. That could happen in the future to us when the international system have been unable to implement their own decisions. When one state is challenging the international system. Why it is challenging? Because there are and you mentioned that, there are third states that are supporting that genocide. That cannot happen.
So what do you...
In the 21st century, let me continue. And this is the legal order that have been challenged. What countries can do is some state is not behaving in the way it should to defend the rights and dignity of any person, human being. So what Colombia is doing? First, to say things as they are in a potent way. It's a genocide. Second, to take the measure that Colombia can take. We don't have the power of the global north. We don't have the money or the weapons or the political possibilities of create coalitions. But at least what we can do is cut relations with those who are not behaving in a way it should behave in the 21st century. And this is not against the Israeli people or the Jewish people, because they are saying that Colombian government is anti-Semita. No. There is a government of Netanyahu that is behaving in that way. We cannot allow that to happen. Second, what we did, to support any action to stop the genocide, the action of South Africa, other action that be taken at the International Court of Justice. We support the warrant of arrest, not just to the Israeli leadership, but also Hamas. They behave in a way they should not behave. So we support that at the International Criminal Court. We support the pronouncement of the UN. We do whatever is in our hand. We are providing, we don't have much money, but we are providing humanitarian assistance. We send some flights from Colombia to El Cairo, to Egypt. We send some flights to Beirut in Lebanon, and we have that much. How come countries that have the power to stop it are not doing it? And I get emotional with this because I'm coming from a people in Colombia, black people, that also have been in the middle of this situation. So this is in our government, the government of President Petro, we talk that way because in the 21st century, we cannot allow that to happen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your strong statements. Mustafa Barghouti, you've heard that I think the international community is using legal, political, diplomatic tools like they have never done before. Are they doing enough? And what more could be done from your Palestinian perspective?
Well, yes, Colombia is doing a lot.
And Spain?
The problem, and Spain is moving in the right direction, and Norway as well. But what about the rest of the world? What about the United States of America? What about Britain? What about Europe? And for us today, what I want everybody here to understand, we are the people who are facing now existential threat. A combination of 3 war crimes. The war crime of genocide, the war crime of collective punishment, including starving people now while we talk in the north of Gaza and everywhere in Gaza, including ethnic cleansing that is happening in front of the whole world. 7.5% of the Palestinian population in Gaza have been already killed or injured. If that had happened in the United States of America, you would be talking about 24 million people killed or injured in less than a year. Is that acceptable? And the question here is, why Israel is allowed to have this impunity? Why Israel is allowed to be above the law and above international law? Are we all equal human beings or not? At the end of the day, Elise, the question is, are we all equal human beings or not? Are we subhumans, as the Israelis are trying to say? And for how long the world can tolerate that? I think the war on Palestinians in Gaza and in Palestine in general is raising very major question for the whole globe, for international community. A big question. Why double standards? Why in the case of Ukraine, 11,000 sanctions on Russia and none on Israel? 57 years of military occupation, 76 years of displacement and ethnic cleansing. Why? The big question is, what is the right of self-defense? Is the right of self-defense, does the right of self-defense mean the right to commit crimes? And does it mean the right to defend crimes that Israel is committing? These are the big questions. Are we facing here only Israeli aggression and its impunity? Or actually, let's be frank, we are also facing racism, global racism against Palestinian people, and global racism and colonial ideology that is allowing the slaughtering of Palestinian people while the whole world is watching. So what is needed, I mean, I thank you for everything you said about international law. I thank Colombia, I thank Spain for this, and Norway and others. But the big question is, for how long can you, the people of the world, tolerate the massacres that are happening every day? 50 to 100 people are killed every day. People are slaughtered around the clock. For how long this can be tolerated? And that's why our demand is very clear. You want to apply international law, you want to claim that international law exists and international humanitarian law exists, impose sanctions and boycott on Israel now. This is the only way. This is the only way you can achieve a change. This is the only way you can influence the situation and you can make a difference, like Colombia did. And that's what we want. And let me say, those who keep speaking about two-state solution, honestly speaking, if you say two-state solution and don't demand the end of Israeli illegal occupation according to international law immediately, and the removal of Israeli illegal settlements from the occupied Palestinian territories, and the recognition immediately of Palestine, then this is not a call for two states. It's hypocrisy just to give Israel time to continue the annexation of Palestinian land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa. Thank you very much. Thank you. Daniel Levy, I know you're not here to speak on behalf of the Israeli government, but you have a very nuanced understanding of Israeli society, which includes, well, a certain community of peace activists, which includes lawyers, which includes people who are speaking up and have very strong views about this war. Perhaps you could sketch for us about how what you see coming out of Israeli society through this war.
Thank you, Liz, and it's an honor to be with these other panelists, and I strongly agree with what has been said by others on the panel today, and so I try and put that through the prism of what you asked, Liz, which is, can we connect that to what's going on in Israeli society? It is terribly depressing, the reality that there is something of a consensus, not wall to wall, but far more deep than one would like to imagine, that is not questioning what's going on in Gaza. There is a feeling that a social contract has been broken when it comes to the Israelis being held in Gaza, the indifference of the Israeli government to that is felt by many. But if I'm going to connect the threads, then what I would try and get across is, if you want to understand why the situation is so bad, yes, one goes to the history, which is long-standing. One has to bring in the factors that are more immediate. The Israeli media has played a really terrible role, and I think it will people will look at this, and in fact some Israeli human rights NGOs, you mentioned those, have written to the Attorney General saying that Israel Channel 14 is operating as Radio Rwanda did in that genocide, in encouraging these crimes. But the heart, beyond that media coverage of why we are where we are, is everything that's been said here. It's one word. It's impunity. Because Israelis do not see cost or consequence, do not see an incentive structure which makes them question whether this is the right path. And I don't want to paint a distorted picture. Of course Israelis will turn around and say, you know, how dare they sanction this? And unfortunately it's been raised here. They will use the accusation of anti-Semitism, and I want to align with what Ministers Belio and Rogilo said. When you cheapen that accusation and you use it recklessly, something that is real and serious, like anti-Semitism, loses its meaning, and it undermines the struggle against anti-Semitism and racism. So I fundamentally believe that if one can change that incentive structure, then a cohort of Israelis will say, yeah, I don't like what they're doing. But they will also say, okay, maybe something is going wrong here. Maybe I have to think again. And when it comes to changing that incentive structure, we've heard it here, but maybe I can draw on the things that I think might be most impactful. First, I very much align with the geopolitics is shifting. And if the West is determined to prove to the world that international law, human rights, the UN Charter, the international court system are a con, then a world which sees a value in those things will have to double down in trying to make them meaningful, as we've heard from others. It's 70 years in April to Bandung, and the work of decolonization has not been finished. But I would also say this, and I don't think anyone does after the mobilizations we've seen, but let's double down on people power. Because we are all consumers of products. We all buy things. Some are unionized workers. We all consume media. And if our media is saying, well, we don't have anyone in Gaza, we can't use citizen journalists, that's not good enough. We make choices every day. There are sovereign wealth funds. Some people are sports fans. If the international sporting authorities are not going to do the right thing and say a country committing these crimes cannot participate as normal in sport, then just as done with South Africa, when it was protesters, it was fans who made normal sport impossible in an abnormal reality of apartheid and genocide, that has to happen again. And one can document, I think it was referenced here, one can document not just what the leadership is doing, but if Israeli soldiers are going to take to social media and post evidence of their own criminal activity, then as Blinne said, if they then want to travel, there are things that can be done via litigation today. They should be on notice. And the world should have an interest in putting guardrails around something that's paid insufficient attention to, that the killing fields of Gaza are testing out the weaponry of robotic, automated AI weapons, things like the Lavender system, that may be coming to a neighborhood near you very soon, and that should concern everyone. But I want to say one other thing, because that's one side of the equation, right? How we might change the Israeli incentive structure. But there has to be another side to that equation, and it's perhaps not talked about enough, and it's difficult to talk about. But Jewish Israelis will have to be offered a way out. Jewish Israelis will not be secure while Palestinians are living under a regime of structural violence and their rights are denied. But they need to know that they can be secure under a different reality. There's no two states on the table today, let's be honest. What might be on offer is the formalization of a Bantustan. And perhaps partition is driving this zero-sum reality of apartheid. So we need to sketch a future in which the replacing of an ethno-nationalist regime guarantees that after that is gone, Jewish Israelis will actually be more secure than they are today. That has to be on offer.
Okay.
I don't want to sound Pollyannish, but I think that is more realistic than the idea that Jewish Israelis will be safe if they remove or try to ground Palestinians into submission, and that's not a safe world for anyone.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. We have 9 minutes on the clock, but I'd like to come back to you, Mustafa, because you always distinguish yourself by trying to be very constructive about Palestinians themselves trying to find a way forward. Daniel talked about where he saw some light, or where he saw Israeli society moving at this moment. Where do you see Palestinian society, Palestinian leadership, in light of all this other international steps that are happening, of course, the crushing war? How do Palestinians see a way forward? Because they should, in effect, also be showing leadership, and I'm sure you'd be the first to say that.
Well, Palestinians gave a chance to the so-called two-state solution and to negotiations and to Oslo agreement. But now they have discovered two things. First of all, that they were consumed by two illusions. One illusion is the possibility of having a compromise, a solution of a compromise with the Israeli establishment. Israel is saying, Israel passed 4 laws. One nation-state law, which says that the right of self-determination on the land of historic Palestine is exclusive for Jewish people. They just passed a law preventing a Palestinian state, in which not only the Israeli government parties voted to which, but also the opposition parties. Third, eliminating the work of UNRWA. Fourth, stripping away citizenship from Palestinians who live in Israel if they support Palestinian rights. What you are talking here about is the rise, I'm sorry to say it, but I have to say it, the rise of fascism. And that fascism is going to affect even the Israelis themselves. So that illusion of a compromise with this establishment is gone. The other illusion that the Palestinian Authority followed was that the United States of America can be the mediator in achieving a solution. We found in this war that they are absolutely and totally biased to Israel. They are the ones that supplied Israel with thousands of tons of explosives. 86,000 tons of explosives were thrown on Gaza. 36 kilograms of explosives for each man, woman, and child. So I think what is happening in Palestine, what we need in Palestine, something I don't want to talk much about, we'll talk about it tomorrow, is unity. Unifying Palestinians around a strategic goal and around a strategy that is unified. That's our duty and we should do it. But I think now everybody realizes that what we need is an alternative program, an alternative strategy that is demanding our rights as people, not only to survive from this terrible atrocity, but also to have a future of self-determination, of freedom, of prosperity. And that cannot be achieved without struggling for our rights. We are not in the process of negotiations, we are in the process of struggling for our freedom and for our rights, and that means bringing back the nature of national liberation movement to our struggle, rather than being consumed with illusions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have much time, 5 minutes, but Minister Bailey, I just want to bring you in because the United States has been mentioned. Mustafa Barghouti saying that they cannot be the neutral mediator. They've often played a role in the past. We see already the contours of President Trump's team, President-elect Trump's team, ambassadors who say it's Judea and Samaria, it's not the West Bank, officials committed to the annexation of the West Bank. Is this a worry in Europe that it's actually going to become a lot harder? A lot harder. In fact,
yes.
in a completely different direction from where Europe and where Colombia has been heading, and many in the global south have been heading for a long time.
Well, we'll see what happens. Of course, there are the appointments that you mentioned. We also see that they have President-elect Trump has said that he wants to stop the war before he is inaugurated. I read that his envoy was in the Middle East these days, and they were discussing, and from what I gather, they were open to ideas. Of course, that doesn't mean they would act upon the ideas they receive, but that means that at least they're listening, so that they're listening more. That's positive. So let's see how this pans out from January 20th. But I think, I mean, apart from what other states do, that's predicting the future. What's important is what we can do, each country on its own. And it was mentioned before about the consequences. Spain and Ireland requested for the association agreement between the EU and Israel to be reviewed to see if they are complying with their human rights obligations. That hasn't come to fruition yet, but we'll see. We will keep insisting on that. We have also, for a year now, not authorized any sales of weaponry to Israel. So we are complying with one of the requests that was mentioned here. And Spain has provided more than 90 million euros, I believe, since last year to Palestine. UNRWA, we have condemned UNRWA, the laws against UNRWA adopted by the Knesset, and we will keep doing our utmost to put an end to the slaughter and to bring about a political solution. I have to say that before I heard the Ukrainian ambassadors, and I don't share this idea of opposing Palestine and Ukraine. We are supporting Ukraine, we are supporting Palestine, and I feel absolutely comfortable in doing both, and I think we are doing the same thing in both, which is upholding international law and human rights.
I wonder whether we can just, it'd be interesting to see what the mood is in this gathering here, distinguished people from around the world. You've heard what our distinguished panelists who are very actively involved on this file. How many of you are more optimistic now that this will move in a direction towards the achievement of Palestinian aspirations, whether it's a two-state or whatever it is? Are you more optimistic? Well, those who are more optimistic now than they were before? Ooh la la, not. And how many of you, given what you've heard just now, including what's happening politically in the United States, how many of you are getting more worried? Oh, okay. One last comment from you, Minister Murgy. I know we're searching for the right term, whether it's the global south, the majority. You've already made it clear that you want to take a bold and very strong. Very briefly, because we've got literally a minute, what more could be done in this context?
Well, what we can do is gather coalitions, and those coalitions need to come from the global south, because we are the ones seeing that for us is key to have a rule-based international system. When one country is one vote, and that requires some reform of the UN system and other systems, to have the opportunity to talk on an equal setting with those from the global north, to respond to crises like the Palestinian question, but we have others that have been forgotten. And we need to respond to that, to really move into the world that is more peaceful, more stable, and guarantee the rights of anybody in the 21st century.
Linda, we have less than a minute. Just one last word to leave with this audience who go back to wherever they come from and they have their own toolbox that they could do something. One last suggestion from you.
It's very difficult not to despair, not to lose hope at the moment. These are unprecedented times. But what I would say is that none of us here have yet earned the luxury of despair, because none of us here have yet done everything there is that can be done. These are critical times, and we have to, as lawyers, as diplomats, as civil society, give everything we have to ensure that the international rule of law, that international law, that the institutions that have been established over many years, that they survive and that they are strengthened, that there is accountability, that there is parity in the application of the law to all, and that there is hope and restitution in the future.
I think that's a very good way to end, because it is a very bleak time. It's a very depressing time. We have the luxury of not living in places where the unimaginable has been happening. Pardon? We've run off the clock. unfortunately, it's only 45 minutes, and we've got Gita coming on. We'd love to take questions because I know there was but as a moderator, I had to give I don't know, I have to get permission from the panel. Do we have time for one? There was, what is your, yes, it has to be about the constructive ways. Just, is there a microphone? Or you have to just shout loud, because we're running off the clock. Someone else. Please identify yourself and I'd love to give you more time.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't prevent myself to intervene and ask a very quick question to Mr. Levy because there is a very important thing. My name is Isra Saleh, I'm a Gazan, I'm a Palestinian Gazan.
Welcome.
There is like very weird way here when we are talking about the Palestinians and the Israeli people. We believe that we are all human and there is here nothing to do with the humanity or like making people upper than the others. My question is, who's gonna compensate for the Palestinian for all their loss? We lost a lot. I lost personally. I lost my home. I lost my country. I lost my city. I lost the souls. No one talk about the Palestinian lost. And you right now just talk about the Israeli security and how we can just secure the Israeli people and saying that, okay, if we don't give the Palestinian their rights, we will lose the Israeli people security. Very quick. Thank you all, gentlemen. Thank you for the all ministers. Colombia, you explain more than what we will Palestinian explain because, and I'm sorry that as a believer in international law, you have to lose your belief in the international laws. So if we want to go forward to believe that there is two countries, as a Palestinian, we believe that for 70 years we saw nothing for two countries and this solution. There are people right now, they're believing more. This is like to give you some hopeful for this believing. Like how we can go more forward while you are respecting the Israeli lives and you don't respect the Palestinian lives and you're treating them with hunger. You're fighting kids like standing every day on the lines for just having one meal. How you're gonna secure this? How we can talk or speak in hope while we are facing all of this. We are suffering. As His Excellency mentioned, the Palestinian only they're suffering. How you're gonna solve this? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for insisting. It was very important to hear from a Palestinian from Gaza, and we're profoundly sorry about your loss and your loss of all the people near and dear to you. Thank you very much for your intervention. And to speak on that, Daniel was asked to speak about Israeli society, and that is why he didn't speak about Palestinians. We understand your question, but I think Daniel, his record is that he speaks a lot about Palestine. But please, Daniel.
What I was trying to sketch is nothing will change if Israelis, ordinary Israelis, Israel as a state, does not pay a cost for what is being done in Gaza and what has been done for decades. Nothing began on October 7th. Alongside that, you have to offer Israelis something better than actual existing Zionism and permanent occupation and violence against your people. So you have, I'm not saying offer them, more PA security forces. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. You can't change the equation if you don't address this thing. You can never get back what has been lost in Gaza. No one can ever get that back. But I would suggest that people do make it clear to the state of Israel that there needs to be restitution, compensation, that this doesn't end here. It's something that others have pursued, and you should pursue it. And I genuinely believe the Palestinians should be the ones saying to parts of this region and to others, no. You don't come in and compensate for the Israelis. Yes, we need assistance, but this is not instead of pursuing justice also in the future in that respect. And let me just close by saying this. There was an item on an Israeli news channel. Finally, an anchor, his name is Raviv Drucker, showed something, a CNN report about the hunger in Gaza. There was hell broke loose that the mainstream Israeli media was actually showing for once the reality in Gaza. Israelis could, of course, find out about it. Some are involved in it, but they haven't been doing that. And the one thing, when I was a negotiator, the one thing that we were never allowed to engage in, which has been done in other conflicts, was something called truth and reconciliation. And that has to be part of our narrative. People have to have a mirror placed in front of them in terms of what they're doing right now, and to be held accountable for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to all of you for joining us at this panel. I wish I could take more questions, but I'm under pressure. I'm really, really sorry. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Minister, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Lise. Thank you to your fantastic panelists. With such indifference to what is going on.
Exactement.
Moi non plus.
C'est lui qui vient d'allumer les lumières. Il a des petits écoutilles à l'intérieur. C'était bon. De toute façon, la bagnole, elle était déjà sortie là. Ah bah ça marche pas pour ceux-là. C'est bon, j'ai vérifié, chef, ça marche pas. C'est à Zapor, ils s'appellent pas rien. Zaporizhzhia, ils s'appellent pas rien. C'est Alain, s'il le fait très oula.
Je pense que ça va pas tarder. Ouais.
Elle fait claquer la bottine.
Je vais les prévenir, je leur dis que ça va pas tarder.
On est à combien, Julie? Le 400, je peux le ranger, ça m'arrange.
Elle, là? Si, si. Enfin, je la connais pas personnellement, mais j'ai lu. Ouais. T'as deux coups sur ton exo, tu le nettoies. Oui, voilà. T'as deux coups sur ton exo, tu le nettoies.
Ouais. Petit tac. Ouais, le pessimiste, le ça ne te ressemble pas. On a eu la livraison de coq à l'ail. Faut savoir, c'est résigné.
Bah, elle doit être là pour ça, donc. Ouais, ce serait bien qu'ils arrivent avant 36 là. Ils ont 10 minutes. Ah ouais.
Ah oui, non, parce qu'il y a eu une bataille. Parce qu'ils étaient trop mais personne va voler.
Ils ont posé les. Poser les tambours là. Voilà.
Il y a moyen de décaler un tout petit peu.
Il va les accueillir les deux.
Ils sont pas très protocolaires.
Pourquoi?
Ouais, c'est vrai qu'en même temps. En 5 minutes, on a plié les distances. Ouais.
Tu penses que ça va pas tenir 20 minutes?
Ah, ok. Tu connais? Ah, ça fait quoi? Ah, ça fait un peu comme ça? Ah, je vois ce que tu dis. Je préfère rester sur un.
Je sais pas s'il va.
Pas loin.
J'ai mon sac plastique si tu veux.
Mais un contenu non stressant. Ouais, le problème,
Tu veux la kit garder.
Ça va, en fait, j'ai laissé là. C'est vrai que là, la réunion va être
par rapport à la config de ton truc. Voilà, c'est tout. Il est là.
Notre-Dame de Paris, un symbole de la nation française. Une cathédrale dans la tourmente.
Ouais, c'est clair, main dans la main.
En 14-18, seulement 39-45, la façade est bardée de sacs de sable qui a une histoire. Mais par chance, elle échappe au bombardement. En 1940, les Allemands prennent possession de la cathédrale, retirent le mur de sac et à l'intérieur, comme une prise de guerre. La noble cathédrale subit l'infamie de l'occupation et de la collaboration. 1944, le cardinal gagne chaleureusement le château d'État et il célèbre une messe destinée à la propagande.
À Notre-Dame a eu lieu un concert spirituel. Sortant de la cathédrale, voici Madame la maréchale Pétain accompagnée par Monseigneur Suard.
C'est alors une nouvelle guerre qui se joue entre la France de Vichy et la France libre. Et cette libération, on l'a célébrée le 26 août 1944, De Gaulle traverse Paris. Les Champs-Élysées, l'Hôtel de Ville. Et dans ce parcours républicain, il faut intégrer Notre-Dame avec une messe, à condition que le cardinal pétainiste en soit exclu. Et c'est là que se produit l'impensable.
En communication étroite, quelques fleuves, allemands ou français, belges ou cisterciens, ont tiré sur le peuple de Paris jusque sur le parvis de Notre-Dame, et balles finies.
Le général est à l'intérieur, il est indemne. Et ce jour-là, l'avion est là. Notre-Dame de Paris est dans la République, avec la République. Un lien indélébile et une nouvelle tradition, les obsèques nationales des présidents d'Alain.
Ça repart.
Le 12 novembre 1970, les funérailles du général sont célébrées dans la cathédrale de Paris. Une première depuis la loi de 1905, la séparation de l'Église et de l'État.
Notre-Dame de Paris, aujourd'hui Notre-Dame de France, Notre-Dame du monde.
80 chefs d'État et de gouvernement et le président américain Richard Nixon.
General de Gaulle is gone, but France lives because of what he did.
La tradition se perpétue avec les obsèques du président.
I'm pleased to say that the ministers and all I'm talking to are backing this call. And my hope is that they will be able to announce a date for this very soon. The need for an orderly political transition has never been more urgent, starting with the urgent formation of inclusive and credible transitional arrangements in Syria. for this, we need an urgent, serious process, fundamentally different from what has gone on before. This must be the start of a process that leads to the realization of the legitimate aspirations of the Syrian people and the restoration of the sovereignty, independence, and unity and territorial integrity of Syria. I reiterate my call for de-escalation, for calm, for the avoidance of bloodshed and the protection of civilians in line with international humanitarian law. That is my message today, and as I said, I hope to see you again tomorrow. No questions for now.
De baisser son truc parce que...
Et vous avez accueilli le président de la République et on se souvient tous que vous lui avez donné la main, vous vous êtes donné la main pour rentrer à l'intérieur de la cathédrale qui était incendiée. Pourquoi avoir fait ce geste? Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé à ce moment-là?
Écoutez, on a attendu 20 minutes parce que les pompiers nous avaient dit je ne peux pas vous dire si je vais sauver la cathédrale car la tour nord était en feu et donc elle est tombée. Donc on a attendu. Vous savez, au bout de 20 minutes, quand le général Gallet nous a dit ça y est, on est arrivé, vous pouvez avancer, eh bien oui, c'est ça que je me donné la main. Comme une solidarité, une amitié, se dire bon, dans l'épreuve, on n'est pas tout seul. Et on est arrivé à cette porte. Et on a vu ce spectacle qui était apocalyptique. Mais je me rappellerai toujours, le président m'a dit regardez, monseigneur, la croix est là. Et moi je lui ai dit regardez, la Vierge du pilier, elle est là. Toute la famille était là.
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Monseigneur. Voilà, je vous rends l'antenne. Merci à vous. Merci d'être venu.
Merci infiniment. Merci Maryse. Merci pour nous avoir fait partager ce témoignage. C'est vrai, Nathalie, que Notre-Dame de Paris, c'est un lieu de culte, bien sûr, mais ça dépasse un peu ça. C'est un monument classé à l'UNESCO. C'est le monument français le plus visité dans le monde. 14 millions de visiteurs avant l'incendie. On en espère peut-être 15, 16 millions, qui sait, après. Et qui a vu passer les grands moments d'histoire. On a vu les images tout à l'heure, les obsèques de Mitterrand.
Avec une sorte de paradoxe, c'est dans un pays qui a un modèle laïque qui est assez unique et qu'on n'a pas réussi à exporter. On a toujours considéré Notre-Dame et les églises comme vraiment un élément spirituel se mélange au temporel. C'est-à-dire que même à la Révolution, on épargne un peu Notre-Dame. Alors régulièrement, les cloches ont été utilisées pour faire des canons. Il y avait des périodes de crise, mais il y a quelque chose d'un respect particulier pour Notre-Dame. Il s'est passé des choses étranges. Ça a été dit tout à l'heure par Amélie. Un mois avant l'armistice, en 40, Paul Reynaud, le président de la République, fait dire une messe en espérant que les choses vont bien s'arranger pour sauver la nation. Ça ne sera pas exactement le cas puisque l'armistice sera signé quelques semaines plus tard avec Hitler. Vous avez Paul Claudel qui se convertit à Notre-Dame, qui est un grand poète et un grand écrivain français. Et puis vous avez le Bataclan,
Donc en permanence, c'est une espèce de mélange, c'est une forme de transcendance. Et pour la Révolution, c'est assez clair parce qu'il y avait chez un certain nombre de révolutionnaires d'abord le respect pour le bâtiment, qu'on peut comprendre. Il y avait l'idée aussi qu'on avait besoin de quelque chose de plus grand que nous. Et d'ailleurs, Emmanuel Macron a quelque chose comme ça parce qu'il a expliqué que même si j'étais sur la chef de la loi 1905 et la laïcité, il disait la laïcité n'a certainement pas une fonction de lier le spirituel au nom du temporel. C'est-à-dire que les peuples laïcs, des peuples qui ne peuvent pas avoir de religion, lui est agnostique, même si c'est schématisé à dedans. Il y a quelque chose qui nous déplace, qui fait penser à ce qui a été écrit notamment sur Notre-Dame, disant que les ouvriers qui travaillaient savaient très bien qu'ils ne verraient jamais l'église, parce qu'ils mourraient avant, et que ça ne les empêchait pas d'avoir une foi totale.
À la différence de ce qui va se passer aujourd'hui, c'est ce qui est prévu, c'est aussi, peut-être qu'on rappelle, l'hommage qui va être rendu.
Please, 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 please. Ça va. Mr. President. Là. Hop, 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 c'est président.
Oui, et donc Donald Trump qui vient d'arriver à l'Elysée avec, il faut le dire, 40 minutes de retard. Les Américains qui nous disent que Donald Trump a souvent est coutumier de ces retards. Lors de cet entretien en bilatéral, les deux hommes ont abordé les dossiers internationaux les plus brûlants comme le Proche-Orient, mais aussi la guerre en Ukraine. Justement, Emmanuel Macron doit recevoir Volodymyr Zelensky à 17h. Et le milliardaire américain et le président ukrainien pourraient d'ailleurs se rencontrer en marge de la cérémonie, mais pour l'instant rien de confirmé. Ensuite, le programme va s'accélérer pour Emmanuel Macron, qui sera arrivé aux alentours de 18h, et puis il se rendra à Notre-Dame pour l'accueil des dignitaires étrangers. Puis 19h, début de la cérémonie, 19h30 son discours, et puis à l'issue de la cérémonie, il y aura un dîner à l'amener avec la quarantaine de dignitaires étrangers, une réception qui ne sera pas ouverte à la presse.
Merci.
François Mitterrand, il y a toute le paradoxe français qui était dans ce qu'il a pu dire dans ses dispositions testamentaires. C'est-à-dire qu'il a dit une messe est possible. Quand on fait son testament, normalement on donne des... Ce qui prouvait qu'il était à la fois laïque, il était proche de Michel Charras, qui ne rentrait jamais dans une église, et une messe est possible, donc une messe a été célébrée, ce qui montre qu'on est à la fois, on peut être à la fois croyant ou pas croyant agnostique, et considérer que Notre-Dame c'est quelque chose d'à part.
Alors, il y a quelques instants, on l'a dit tout à l'heure, c'est le pape François, qui sera la semaine prochaine à Ajaccio en Corse, mais pas aujourd'hui à Paris avec les dignitaires du monde entier. On se souvient, en 1980, le pape Jean-Paul était venu, lui, il s'est fait d'ailleurs exprimer sur le parvis. Je vous propose d'écouter ce court extrait.
C'est un lieu historique
Carrick va de Loire et un coup,
on va assembler sur le pont.
c'est les charpentiers qui font ça, ils donnent un coup de hache, un coup, un coupeau, et la crache qui reste.
Dans l'architecture de ce temple, il y a 8 siècles et qui est toujours là pour témoigner des
Petite parenthèse, regardez la différence de couleur des pierres entre le joint de c'est cette couleur-là, c'était le pape Jean-Paul II qui était venu sur le barrage de Notre-Dame en 1980. On se souvient aussi du jubilé pour les 850 ans de la cathédrale, c'était en 2012.
Oui, puisque 1163, c'est la première pierre par Alexandre III, le pape, avec Louis VII et son épouse Adèle de Champagne. Et donc 850 ans après, ça fait 2013. Et là, on a baptisé les 10 cloches qui sont dans la tour nord de la cathédrale.
Alors vous savez que depuis ce matin, on s'accorde aussi des pauses musicales pour vous faire vivre et redécouvrir ces grandes chansons, ces grands tubes qui sont inspirés, qui ont participé à populariser aussi dans la culture populaire de Notre-Dame. On va écouter peut-être des nouvelles voix des pierres.
La vie.
D'accueillir à nouveau le président élu Donald Trump à Paris pour cette réouverture de Notre-Dame 5 ans après. Il était président à l'époque quand le feu a pris la cathédrale, je m'en souviens. President, I just say it's a great honor for French people to welcome you 5 years later. And you were at that time president for the first time. And I remember the solidarity and your immediate reaction. So, welcome back again.
Thank you
We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. Very great honor. And we had a great relationship, as everyone knows. We accomplished a lot together. And the people of France are spectacular. I guess it's one of our largest groups in the United States, French people. And we respect them and we love them. Very talented people. Extremely energetic people, as you know very well.
Yeah.
And it's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together on defense and offense too. And it certainly seems like the world is going a little crazy right now, and we'll be talking about that. Thank you very much for being here.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Thank you.
C'est bon. Tu te rends compte, l'autre jour, quand il a osé faire son discours sur la boîte bus, Je crois qu'il peut passer. Hein.
Mais là, c'est des choses aussi. Je voyais ça dans le cinéma. Le vote a pas tout le temps. Non, la vente, c'est avant. Ouais. Parce qu'en fait, moi, ça me gêne pas quand. Et c'est surtout qu'ils sont toujours à la ramasse. Donc, autant les aider pour. C'est trop bon. Ouais, ça fait rien. Ouais. Je l'avais pas vu. Toi, t'es pas sur son mot. Là, t'as raté du positif, mec. Ça, oui. Justement.
Son camion il tourne toujours.
Moi ça marche bien, mais ça met une heure.
À Notre-Dame, je crois que je vais zapper.
Ouais,
je sais pas, je vais attendre. Mais...
Bah, si, en vrai, ça marche.
En maillot, ça passe.
Non, pas pour rien, on va dire ça. Non, je sais pas, je vais voir. Tu vois, ça me fout dans la merde avec le timing. Moi, je pensais éditer, tranquille. Tu me diras, on est samedi. Samedi, il n'y a pas le feu là. C'est 21h le truc. C'est ça qui vient, c'est 21h. Donc tu peux être testé. Ah, c'est quand même c'est joli, bah, maintenant. Moi je l'ai fait avant-hier et c'était moyen. C'est hier soir, il fallait le faire et encore il fallait arriver à la bonne heure parce qu'on fait des tests hier soir. Moi je l'ai fait l'autre jour, ils ont fait des tests mais c'était pas toujours. Pas toujours uniforme. Et j'ai pas eu l'éclairage le plus joli. J'ai un éclairage qui est très beau. Bleu, blanc, rouge, c'est super. Moi j'ai pas eu ça. Ludovic qui est là, il ne sait pas à quelle heure il est arrivé. Lui il a fait la série. C'était bien. Très très bien. Les 4 séquences super.
Monsieur le constateur.
ouais. Voilà, c'est ça, ouais.
Arrête, c'est moi le problème là. Mets-toi devant moi.
Ciao, des bisous.
On change.
Ciao, merci, salut.
Je sais pas.
T'as dit quoi?
C'était l'ancien des lanceurs.
En gros, elle me dit, ouais, il y a
je respecte.
Du coup, il y a
Prenez
la
notre place, prenez notre place.
Si tu vas à l'école, tu vois.
3 qui vont venir.
Non mais ouais, bah oui, hein, c'est pas normal, le principe c'est pour nous ici. Allez-y, hein. Mais ouais, mais vous êtes là,
Là, je vous ai pas gêné moi. Vous.
La première fois, on était où?
non mais madame elle est devant, moi j'aimerais bien devant. Ah si, ça fait vidéo, des photos.
Sûr? Ça nous va?
Alors que eux,
Regarde, tu restes là,
je me passerai des... Ça fait droit à ce qu'il dit.
Ah oui, c'était pas ça.
Tu peux revenir que c'est comme ça.
Wow. Non, c'est la tête qui est... Ouais, si tu te mets là, c'est pas possible. En fait, justement, on aimerait ne pas te filmer. C'est ça le truc. Bah, si tu veux, je te fais une tête, ça va pas faire plaisir. Allez, si tu veux.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
C'est pas nous, hein. La vie qui te fait vraiment, c'est pas nous.
Ah, je la voyais pas. Ah oui. À chaque
Sur l'iPhone, je sais pas si c'est la même plaque.
Hein?
Si je traduis texto ou on fait quoi?
Ces voitures-là, elles sont pas blindées.
Vai ver, cara, porra, tua calma, não sabe
Yeah, that's good.
carré.
On vous le dit, dans les cathédrales magnifiques.
Ah oui, oui, quelle émotion. Oui, c'est un voyage merveilleux qui a duré plusieurs années, 280 cathédrales, abbayes, collégiales, c'était formidable. Et là, c'était au Mont-Saint-Michel, qui était évidemment un endroit tellement extraordinaire. Voilà, donc c'est un très joli souvenir.
Parce que je veux qu'on te dise, pour ceux qui ne le savent pas, vous êtes habité par les cathédrales.
Oui,
c'est le livre que vous publiez. particulier que vous avez vu dans les cathédrales, peut-être pas du monde entier, mais beaucoup de cathédrales françaises. Oui, oui, oui. Et c'est un lieu avec une acoustique évidemment particulière, au-delà de beaucoup de sacré. Et vous nous disiez tout à l'heure à quel point c'était une émotion pour vous d'être ici à Notre-Dame.
Oui, et alors c'est non seulement une acoustique, mais je trouve que c'est des lieux habités. Quand on arrive dans une cathédrale pour s'installer à 6h du soir pour faire ce qu'on fait avec les musiciens à 18h avant le concert, c'est des lieux habités. La cathédrale est vide, mais en fait elle est habitée. Parce que quand on arrive dans un zénith à 18h, il est vide. C'est une très grande différence. Non, mais c'est des endroits très particuliers. Non seulement il y a l'acoustique, mais je crois que les murs ont une mur. Voilà.
Et on va retrouver Mathieu Boisseau sur la scène. Je crois toujours Mathieu, sous la pluie, peut-être un peu maintenant, mon cher Mathieu.
Oui, mais franchement, on se régale gaffe parce que depuis que la grille est vraiment tombée, on a eu vraiment exceptionnel avec cette façade de Notre-Dame qui resplendit avec des éclairages, avec le son et lumière pour conclure la soirée, avec 30 vidéoprojecteurs qui vont diffuser des cours sur la façade. Ça va être absolument magnifique. Et je me permets juste de compléter ce que vous disiez tout à l'heure sur l'intérêt planétaire pour cette réouverture de Notre-Dame de Paris. Je discutais hier avec un collègue, mon frère, qui travaille pour un journal japonais, et il m'expliquait qu'au Japon, eh bien, cette réouverture de Notre-Dame de Paris, elle est très suivie, avec un intérêt vraiment prononcé. Il y a d'ailleurs actuellement à Tokyo une exposition sur le chantier de Notre-Dame, et puis également une réédition du roman de Victor Hugo qui a été faite il y a 2 ans avec une traduction. Ça veut dire que voilà, ce mythe de Notre-Dame traverse les continents et on a à nouveau la preuve aujourd'hui.
Merci mon cher Mathieu, le président Emmanuel Macron sur...
Mr. President Smith, can you have a look this way? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. This way, please. Please, please, Mr. President. To your right, please. To your right, please. Mr. President-elect. President. President, President, stop. President. Yes. Thank you.
Did you get some money pocket? Did you get some money pocket? From the junior? Ouais, c'est bon.
Se suivent d'ailleurs pour venir ici à Notre-Dame assister à la cérémonie de réouverture.
Oui, une image qui restera, parce que dans le contexte évidemment de la guerre en Ukraine, tout ça est très important. À savoir également, Julien, que Donald Trump a fait une déclaration sur la Syrie ou autre région du conflit où le président Bachar el-Assad est en train techniquement presque d'être chassé du pouvoir peut-être dans les jours et les semaines qui viennent. M. Trump a dit que ça ne regardait pas les États-Unis, qu'il ne devait pas s'en occuper. Mais on sait que là aussi, en Syrie, les États-Unis sont à la manœuvre en coulisses. Et donc tout ça, voilà, la diplomatie rejoint d'une certaine manière cette célébration à Notre-Dame.
Voilà, et dans quelques instants, les invités vont se présenter à cette porte, sous cette tente, pour entrer à l'intérieur de la cathédrale. François Bayrou qui discute avec Bruno Retailleau, on l'a vu et on l'a expliqué tout à l'heure.
je rectifie tout à l'heure, puisqu'il y a Arthur Delaporte qui est membre du Parti Socialiste. Le Parti Socialiste qui me dit que les invités sont, la liste des invités fixée depuis 1989, et c'est qu'il y a tous les élus parisiens. Donc il y a Yannick Jadot qui est sénateur de Paris, que logiquement me dit-il, il devrait y avoir en tout cas invité Sophie Chouquirou de LFI. Je ne sais pas si ça vous passionne.
Alors,
c'est une rectification.
Bien, merci de cette précision. Alors, dans fort tout à l'heure, nous ferons vivre évidemment la réouverture officielle de la porte de Notre-Dame par l'archevêque de Paris, Monseigneur Ulrich, qui frappera 3 fois à cette porte, et c'est l'orgue de Notre-Dame qui va lui répondre. On dit d'ailleurs que l'orgue va retrouver sa voix. Cet orgue qui a dû être totalement démonté, nettoyé après l'incendie, c'est un travail très long, minutieux. On regarde cet extase à propos du magnifique documentaire Notre-Dame Résurrection. Regardez.
L'orgue de Notre-Dame de Paris est connu dans le monde entier. Il est joué par des organistes qui viennent du monde entier. Il donnait des concerts qui viennent parfois accompagner la liturgie.
L'orgue a une place très forte dans l'architecture de la cathédrale. À l'intérieur de la cathédrale, l'ensemble de cette façade. Un orgue comme Notre-Dame, c'est un immeuble. Un immeuble avec un rez-de-chaussée et 3 étages au-dessus. Il n'avait pas souffert de la chaleur, il n'avait pas souffert de l'eau, mais en revanche, il était plein d'une poussière jaune verte. Il s'agissait de monoxyde de plomb. C'est une poussière qui ne met pas l'instrument en péril, mais qui est dangereux pour la santé humaine.
Il a passé une année entière quasiment à l'extérieur. Et une partie en moi ont même relativement souffert.
Dans un premier temps, on imaginait qu'on allait pouvoir restaurer l'instrument sur site. Et puis, on s'est rendu compte que dans ce gigantesque chantier, il serait très difficile d'avoir des espaces libres. Donc, il a été assez rapidement décidé de restaurer tous ces éléments et nettoyer dans des ateliers loin de la cathédrale.
On s'est retrouvé donc à devoir sortir de l'instrument du tuyau.
Donc là, c'était une première, on va transporter tout ça. Il faut quand même savoir que les tuyaux sont assez fragiles, c'est pour être du métal. En réalité, ils sont faits d'alliage de plomb et d'étain, qui sont des métaux assez mous. Il suffit d'appuyer avec une pouce sur la paroi de métal et
sort, ce qui est un peu paradoxal, mais voilà, c'est un peu l'idée. Le micro, c'est mieux.
La communauté,
soirée parisienne en fait et ça me touche beaucoup parce que les amants qui se faisaient au pied de notre-dame se trouvaient à Saint-Pélo parisienne dans les chaussures chanter à cette occasion.
Voilà, comme tout le monde, elle a un rapport particulier à la déclaration aussi. Et je crois ce soir, dans une émission spéciale après cette journée historique, il y aura Vianney, Garneau, aux artistes français, langue au piano, évidemment, artiste international, Pharrell Williams, avec 70 chœurs pour un extraordinaire. Puis, vous verrez cette façade qui va s'embrasser avec le son et lumière de Michael Félix, qui avec son monumental tour, bien mis en valeur le patrimoine national avec sa musique électrique. Je crois qu'il y a tous les l'idée qui vient Gustave Lamel qui va diriger l'orchestre de France en Venezuela. Ce que vous avez tous les continents représentés, c'est le message aussi universel, celui de l'Église, mais aussi celui de la France. Je remercie le monde entier. C'est un grand merci à tous ceux qui ont financé la restauration de Notre-Dame. Je rappelle 850 millions d'euros quand même. J'aimerais qu'il y ait autant pour toutes les églises de travail de Notre-Dame soit restaurée. Et regardez encore cette image du ciel là, sur la splendeur de cette cathédrale Notre-Dame, ce que je peux dire, c'est un bloc en rouge, il éclaire du sol et qui éclaire la façade et qui la blanchit. Le temple missionnaire de la France, c'est un truc qui fait muraille avec justement l'Élysée, où il y aura une réception à l'Élysée sur cette cérémonie. Et puis, le président Macron sera à l'intérieur et spécialement déjà l'idée de des mots qu'il va prononcer.
Alors l'Élysée avait laissé filtrer quelques thèmes du discours que va prononcer tout à l'heure Emmanuel Macron, et dans sa prise de parole, le chef de l'État pourrait revenir sur toutes les différentes dimensions que revêt la cathédrale de Paris. Il y a d'abord la dimension spirituelle avec tout ce que cette cathédrale représente pour les croyants, et puis aussi la dimension historique, parce que vous le disiez, Notre-Dame a été fréquentée par de nombreux rois, 13 rois je crois au total, notamment Henri IV ou encore Louis XIV. Et puis la cathédrale qui est aussi un symbole du rayonnement de la France, cette magnifique cathédrale qui est connue dans le monde entier. Et puis à l'issue de son discours et de la cérémonie, il y aura à nouveau une réception ici à l'Élysée à 21h15, un dîner pour tous les dignitaires étrangers, une réception qui ne sera pas ouverte à la presse.
Merci Christelle. Nathalie, un mot sur les discours.
On devrait y voir, Il y aura sans doute et probablement une métaphore, une sorte de parabole, parce que c'est mieux entre ce qu'il a voulu, c'est-à-dire aller vite, bien, faire quelque chose où le collectif, dit-il, l'emporte sur l'individuel, c'est-à-dire une mobilisation. On sait quand il a donné le pouvoir, si j'ose dire, au général Georges-Bernard de Villiers, que ce soit quelque chose qui court-circuite toutes les lourdeurs administratives, et qu'est-ce qui soit une sorte d'administration de mission commando, et c'est probablement, enfin retentira probablement d'une certaine façon, quand on voit la situation politique française, on vit un petit peu le contraire de ce qui s'est passé depuis 5 ans, et c'est peut-être pour ça qu'il faudra décrypter ce discours à l'aune de ce qu'il voudrait voir, et il a laissé entendre déjà dans les autres parades qu'il a pu prendre, que c'était un symbole de ce que la France pouvait faire, rayonner à l'extérieur, s'unir à l'intérieur. Ça a été vrai pour Notre-Dame. On verra si c'est possible pour la version française.
Et on verra ça tout à l'heure. Merci. Merci Nathalie. Il y a des moments qu'on va aussi découvrir dans ce cérémonial. Le fait que pour l'instant l'hôtel n'est pas consacré, c'est ça. Qu'est-ce que ça va changer à cette cérémonie religieuse? Et c'est la raison pour laquelle c'est une cérémonie religieuse, mais pas une messe.
Voilà, c'est pas une messe parce qu'il n'y a pas d'Eucharistie. En fait, on doit célébrer l'office même avec cette ouverture des portes. Et si l'hôtel n'est pas consacré, ça veut dire que les officiants, donc l'évêque et les religieux ne vont pas s'incliner devant l'hôtel, puisque l'hôtel sera consacré demain pour la messe de réouverture de la cathédrale.
Qu'est-ce que ça symbolise, cette remise des clés au sol de la cathédrale au diocèse pour la personne de Monseigneur Audrey?
Avec un moment très fort, puisqu'il va prendre à nouveau possession, c'est la secrétaire de la cathédrale. Il va pouvoir aller retrouver la cathèdre, son siège, qui est nouveau, siège de l'évêque. Et pour l'évêque, c'est important parce que c'est sa cathédrale. L'évêque, on peut rappeler que c'est quand même le successeur de l'apôtre dans la tradition catholique. Donc c'est un moment très important. Et c'est un moment très important pour les catholiques, puisqu'il y a quand même des milliers d'offices chaque année à la cathédrale Notre-Dame. On célèbre notamment les ordinations des prêtres parisiens et puis aussi célébrer d'autres sacrements importants. Donc c'était vraiment un événement important pour les chrétiens.
Vous confirmez que pour les fidèles, il y a eu un millier de mouvements incroyables. Je crois que les clés pour assister aux premières messes ont été pris d'assaut et en quelques minutes, il n'y avait plus rien.
En 28 minutes, il n'y avait plus rien. Moi, je crois que c'est quelque chose dans cet ordre-là. Voilà, ça va prendre un peu à peu. On va sûrement attendre aussi un peu. Et voilà, mais il y a un engouement tout à fait incroyable. Je crois que les fidèles sont très touchés catholiques par le fait que les non-chrétiens, voyons ou non, se sentent concernés par la couverture de leur foi.
Pour les visiteurs, le circuit physique va être considérablement relou. Ce ne sera pas le même que les critères pour l'incendie.
Vous avez l'impression que les catholiques étaient un peu en cage. Il y avait des parois avec des croisillons en bois, on avait des touristes qui prenaient des photos, et quand on était fidèle à une messe, on voyait ces gens qui regardaient. Donc là, ce qui était un espace ouvert dans la nef, avec on a vu la clôture du jubilé sur séparer le cœur et la nef, mais symboliquement il reste évidemment un espace dans lequel on ne peut pas aller, c'est l'espace pour terre, et les chaises sont placées dans cet espace. Et puis on a un parcours dans les chapelles, l'Omiliga, c'est en train d'être réouvert, et les chapelles permettent de rentrer dans les mystères de la foi chrétienne, et puis également avec des grandes figures, on avait d'une histoire du mysticisme, observé par Sainte Geneviève, Saint Denis, Saint Marcel, successeurs et des évêques successeurs de Saint Denis.
Stéphane, il va y avoir un considérable parce qu'il y a les fidèles. Je vois déjà arriver cette facile de voir le mélange dans cette cathédrale. Vous allez avoir les chapelles, évidemment, mais vous avez tout. Vous avez quelque chose qui s'appelle le bois. J'ai vu que Franck Riester, on n'a pas eu le temps mais j'étais, alors, chose étonnante, j'ai vu le comte de Rabat, qui cherche la maison de France, et son fils, le prince Gaston, le dauphin, et le prince Charles et la princesse ici, des centres des rois de France qui ont fait bâtir cette cathédrale en 163, et je crois que c'est bien de faire écouter que les invités. Et le prince William, qu'on n'a pas encore aperçu, qui vient évidemment représenter la famille britannique, et notamment Philippe Jost, qui est le président de... Regardez, le cortège américain, alors ça c'est une image aussi. Le cortège du président américain, je ne sais pas combien il y a eu, 20 voitures. Moi j'en ai compté. American alors ça n'est pas ce ministre, mais c'est une voiture quand même blindée, sécurisée et qui peut ici ouvre bien le téléphone parce qu'il y a une place quelque part dans les caméras de télévision.
L'Arménie, évidemment, pays catholique orthodoxe très important.
Voilà, j'ai voulu le succès de cette prévoyait de se rendre dans les pour la visiter. Il y avait 14 millions de visiteurs avant l'incendie de Belgique. Il y en a eu Mathieu
micro dans la...
Le chantier n'aurait pas été mené à terme de cette manière-là.
Regardez, c'est une belle image de communisme. Tous les présidents anciens sont devant Notre-Dame.
C'est en direct aussi, toi aussi? Ouais, mais on est tous au même niveau visible là pour aller.
Et on fait quoi? On se met tous les deux même
ridicule quoi.
Regarde les branches. Regardez
là-bas, les dans les champs. Moi je suis pas sûr que ça marche.
Je suis désolé, je vais...
Allô? Ouais. On se connecte là, mais on est pile au même spot avec Magali, avec les couilles de même endroit. Non, on peut pas, on est branché à la fibre. Ok, mais vous avez besoin de duplex quand là? Ouais. Bon, on prend. Ok, à tout. Il paraît correctement au jaune. Plus loin, vous verrez bien quand vous prenez. Non? Non, mais on va juste le faire en radio. On ne marche pas. Tu branches la lumière, c'est bon. Non, mais ils vont pas nous prendre en radio. Je crois qu'ils prennent en radio, non? Il y a dit qu'ils prennent en radio.
Voilà, il continue ici à Paris.
Pardon.
Peut-être que vous pouvez préciser, vous n'étiez pas dit à l'époque, mais que Notre-Dame avait tous les puissants en nous, et qu'à l'époque, dans certaines fonctions, c'était un lieu d'accueil de tous les héros, tous les esclaves, parce que les gens qui y vivaient, c'était
poser la cam en fait quand ils vont me prendre en radio. Ah, moi je peux le connaître, ils vont pas nous prendre. Je les connais, ils vont mettre l'image plein pot de l'intérieur, ils vont pas me mettre ici.
Alors vous savez que cette cérémonie est dans le moment qui on l'a dit tout à l'heure, on attend 1 milliard de téléspectateurs, ça n'est pas rien, et notamment en Italie. On va faire un détour par l'église Saint-Nicosia.
Après le truc c'est qu'on a 20 heures. Oui, non mais à 19h30 on les lâche. De toute façon dès qu'à la nuit commence, ils vont nous lâcher. On est deux spots en même temps. Maintenant, ça, tu peux le mettre là où il était trop serré, mais bon, ça me ferait ridicule. Ouais, je vois.
Merci Raphaël. Regardez, les amis, et quoi continuer mieux
Monsieur le Président, s'il vous plaît. Ouais.
14 par 14.
Ah, d'accord.
On va pas s'approcher, hein, nous, hein, Marina. Comment? Il ne laisse pas nous approcher. Je sais même pas si vous... Ouais. Vous êtes toujours à la résidence. Vous êtes toujours à la résidence. Attention. D'accord, vous êtes qui? Ok, très bien. Super, on vous attend. Merci, à tout de suite. Bye. Je peux pas faire vite, merci. Ils sont... Je sais pas s'il va vouloir m'en parler. Tu le fais, tu attends. Oh, monsieur, please.
Ah, yes, you're photograph.
Do you want us to hold the umbrella or not?
La délégation.
Oui, il y a le prêtre.
Ah, je peux pas passer là-bas. Ils sont tous sortis. Bah ouais.
Patrick, which way
We're going through that one. We'll go. Monsieur le Président. Arrivé à
Yeah.
Attendez, elle est où? We're good? Careful with the steps. You wanna
got me.
Right here.
You got me. Thank you. Right behind you.
You're okay?
Yeah. Right behind you, love.
Get down. Thanks.
Hi. Ashley.
Frères et sœurs, entrons maintenant dans Notre-Dame. C'est elle qui nous rassemble. C'est elle que nous aimons. C'est elle qui nous accompagne sur notre chemin vers le Père. Source de toute vie, par Jésus-Christ, lumière née de la lumière, dans la force de l'Esprit Saint, consolateur. Notre-Dame, modèle de la foi, ouvre tes portes pour rassembler dans la joie les enfants de Dieu dispersés. Notre-Dame, Mère très aimante, ouvre tes portes pour nous aider à chercher l'amour et la vérité, la justice et la paix. Notre-Dame, témoin de l'espérance, ouvre tes portes pour que brille sur nos vies la lumière de la miséricorde et que resplendisse à nos yeux la victoire de la résurrection.
J'ai vu des flammes entre les deux tours, c'était vraiment sidérant. Je pense voilà. Et là, finalement, 3 heures après, c'est un peu la désolation et la tristesse parce qu'on s'aperçoit que ça brûle toujours.
Iconic landmark, and now it's done-ish, and it's very upsetting to hear.
It's shocking, absolutely shocking.
Comment ils vont rebâtir, comment ils vont redonner cette touche très très ancienne à cette pièce vraiment incroyable.
Bonjour à tous. Reconstruire, c'est donc le mot du jour.
5 ans pour reconstruire Notre-Dame, c'est le délai très court annoncé hier soir à la télévision par le chef de l'État.
J'ai décidé de donner un horizon court parce que j'étais convaincu que c'est ce qui permettrait d'abord d'avoir un résultat et ensuite de donner une espérance à l'échelle humaine.
Ellen has become a member.
On s'est dit qu'on n'y arriverait jamais. C'était vraiment sportif.
Il a fallu cet incendie qui a fait craindre d'être définitivement privé de ce monument pour mesurer l'attachement qu'on avait pour lui.
C'est hors norme par les quantités de matériel, c'est hors norme par le nombre de compagnons sur le chantier. Tout est hors norme dans ce chantier. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'il vous faut des personnes hors normes pour faire ça. Voilà.
Toujours la même histoire, il faut mettre les gens ensemble, les faire travailler ensemble et les diriger vers un objectif commun.
On a les savoir-faire, on a les compétences.
Notre-Dame de Paris, c'est des métiers. Et ça fait de ce dont est capable l'humanité lorsqu'elle a décidé de faire du beau.
Pour les amoureux du patrimoine, c'est avant tout une œuvre qui est essentielle à transmettre aux générations futures, parce que ça fait partie de notre histoire commune.
Il y avait une logique de transmission du savoir qui est assez incroyable. Et d'ailleurs, ce chantier, c'est le chantier de la transmission par excellence.
On a montré, je pense, au monde entier qu'on n'avait pas perdu nos savoir-faire.
On espère vraiment que les architectes n'ont pas cru que c'était un timing normal. On a vraiment réussi à répondre aux problématiques de temps et de qualité, mais parce que c'était une fois l'effort de guerre, une fois.
On est passé de la nuit à la lumière.
Jamais la cathédrale n'aura resplendi à ce point.
On retrouve cette belle silhouette qui nous a manqué pendant 5 ans.
Да ничего, я сейчас на общий план поставлю. На общий план поставлю. И если вдруг это самое, ну там какая-то движуха, просто вот этот герой не ждут такой. Его надо медленно. Вот, да, его вперед нажимаешь, чтобы наезжать, назад нажимаешь, чтобы бежать. Вот. Сейчас я назад отъезд. Два пальца. Потихоньку. Раз. Потом пошел.
Bâti Notre-Dame de Paris. Gratitude à l'égard de tous ceux qui sont présents. au moment où nous nous apprêtons à la rendre aux catholiques, à Paris, à la France et au monde entier. Oui, ce soir, les cloches de Notre-Dame sonnent à nouveau et l'orgue dans un instant s'éveillera. Musique d'espérance, familière aux Parisiens, à la France et au monde.
From him. His resilience embodies the essence of doing the hard things, finding strength in moments of weakness, and persevering in the face of overwhelming odds. For survivors like my grandfather, it also meant sharing their stories, not out of bitterness or anger, but to ensure their shipmates' sacrifices were never forgotten. The future USS Arizona SSN 803 will stand as a tribute to this country's triumphant and indestructible spirit. Its construction and mission remind us that the hard things are worth doing because they honor the legacy of those who came before us. Building a modern nuclear-powered submarine requires advanced technology, innovative thinking, and the collaboration of countless individuals dedicated to safeguarding our future. Just as the Pearl Harbor sailors stood firm in the face of overwhelming odds, the future sub and crew now stands as a symbol of determination and progress. If there is one defining trait from December 7th, 1941, it's grit. That resolve to withstand everything when the odds seem insurmountable. The attack decimated the Pacific Fleet, but rather than paralyzing us, it ignited the sleeping giant, mobilizing the entire country virtually overnight. Americans across the nation demonstrated their unshakable resolve. Shipyards worked tirelessly to produce vessels in record time. Pilots trained intensively, and families rationed and sacrificed for the war effort. The grit of that generation is exemplified in the efforts like raising the USS West Virginia, which was repaired and sent back into action, or the USS California, refloated, modernized, and returned to battles to fight at Leyte Gulf. These monumental undertakings symbolize the nation's refusal to surrender, even under the direst of circumstances. For my grandfather, grit became a way of life. Severely burned on over 65% of his body, he faced a choice no 19-year-old should ever have to make: succumb to the flames or fight for survival. Crossing the rope was an act of absolute stubbornness. Despite the pain of burned hands gripping a rough line, he pressed forward, traversing near the length of a basketball court, all driven by the will to live. That singular moment of grit defined not only his survival, but also the legacy he carried for the rest of his life. The future USS Arizona represents the determination to honor the past while forging ahead. It ensures the name USS Arizona is associated not only with loss, but with new resilience, strength, and an unbending will to sustain against all challenges it may come up against. Compassion, though quieter than acts of heroism, were equally vital in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor. Sailors risked their lives to save their brethren and their crew from the flames. Medics worked tirelessly to tend to the wounded. Civilians donated blood, delivered supplies, and provided comfort. Compassion-fueled acts of bravery that saved countless lives. For my family, compassion has always been central to honoring my grandfather's memory. His story is more than bravery or resilience. It's about the relationships he forged and the gratitude he carried for those who cared enough to act. Joseph L. George, the sailor who threw the rope that saved my grandfather and 5 others, embodied that compassion. Joe defied orders to cut the lines to the burning USS Arizona. instead choosing to throw a rope to my grandfather stranded on the platform. Joe could have looked the other way, followed protocol, and prioritized his own safety, but he didn't. His compassion led him to act, and in doing so, he gave those 6 men a chance to live. Decades later, my grandfather and other survivors fought for Joe to receive the recognition for his heroism. And that bond of compassion is part of what keeps the story of Pearl Harbor alive and thriving through 83 years of history. It reminds us that humanity's greatest strength lies in its ability to care for one another, even in the direst of circumstances. The 803 crew embodies this principle. The Navy's mission is rooted in compassion, protecting freedom and lives, even at great risk. Every mission undertaken by this submarine will reflect the belief that safeguarding others is a noble and necessary calling. Loyalty is another lasting quality that connects us to those who came before us. It is the steadfast commitment to one another, to a shared mission, and to the values we hold dear. 83 years ago, loyalty bound sailors to their shipmates and leaders to their crews. For my grandfather, loyalty was woven into the very fabric of his being. Despite his injuries, he re-enlisted in the Navy, not out of obligation, but out of loyalty to his fallen brothers and the ideals that they had fought to defend. The naming of SSN 803 after the USS Arizona reflects this same sense of loyalty. It is a commitment to honoring the legacy of those who served aboard the original ship and the promises that their sacrifices will never be forgotten. Amid the weight of tragedy, joy may seem elusive, but it is vital. Joy gives us strength to persevere, the capacity to celebrate life, and the ability to honor those we've lost by cherishing the world they fought to protect. For my grandfather, joy was not the absence of hardship, but the ability to embrace life despite it. He lived through unimaginable pain after the attack, both physically and emotionally. Yet even as he carried the scars of that day for the rest of his life, he also carried an appreciation for life's simple joys. Whether it was sharing stories with family, enjoying the laughter and antics of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, or sharing a quiet moment with my grandmother, watching this incredible life they created go by, my grandfather found ways to celebrate the beauty of the world he had fought so hard to preserve. Joy was also present in the bonds he shared with his fellow survivors. Their annual reunions filled with laughter, camaraderie, and heartfelt remembrance were a testament to the enduring connections forged through a shared experience. Even as they honored those who were no longer with them, these gatherings were infused with a sense of gratitude for the lives they had lived, the friendships they had built, and the chance to tell their stories to future generations. The Arizona to come symbolizes this same unwavering sense of joy. While its mission is serious and its purpose rooted in the solemn memory of the USS Arizona, it also represents the celebration of progress and the resilient strength of the human spirit. The commissioning of this submarine will be a joyful occasion, not because it diminishes the tragedy of Pearl Harbor and the USS Arizona battleship, but because it honors that tragedy by showing how far we've come. It will be a moment to celebrate the ingenuity, teamwork, and dedication that made its creation possible, as well as the sailors who will serve aboard her. Finally, joy reminds us to cherish the freedoms and opportunities we enjoy today. Those who fought at Pearl Harbor did so out of love. Love for their families, love for their friends, and the ideals that made life worth living. By finding joy in our lives, we honor their sacrifice and ensure their efforts are not in vain. As we reflect on Pearl Harbor's history, let us remember that joy comes not from ignoring hardship, but but from celebrating the triumphs born from it. It is about gratitude for the present and hope for the future. In this hallowed ground, in this sacred place, we are connected by the stories of the past, the challenges of the present, and the promise of the future. Whether through doing the hard things, courage, grit, compassion, loyalty, or joy, the lessons of Pearl Harbor will continue to guide us forward. As we look towards the commissioning of the future USS Arizona SSN 803, let us carry these values with us, not just as a tribute to those who came before us, but as a commitment to those who will come after. Thank you, and may we always remember Pearl Harbor by living lives that honor the sacrifices made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nikki Stratton. So this morning, we will place wreaths to honor the territory of Hawaii, Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard. The wreaths will be presented by active duty and Guard service members, National Park Service Rangers, and this year, in keeping with the theme of passing on this enduring legacy to our future generations, the wreath presenters will be joined by members of the local McKinley High School Junior ROTC, cadets of the Civil Air Patrol, and the cadets from the Junior ROTC unit of Campbell High School. The wreaths you're about to see presented are an expression of our gratitude and a symbol of our unending appreciation of service and sacrifice. Today, with these wreaths, we honor all the heroes, military and civilian, who lost their lives on December 7th, 1941. This formation, moving from the Remembrance Circle, which preserves the names and memories of each American who lost their lives on December 7th, represents our past and present. It honors those who fought in the name of freedom 83 years ago and recognizes the veterans and current active duty members who continue to serve our country with honor, courage, and commitment. The wreaths will be placed in the contemplation circle as an indelible reminder of the legacy of these service members and civilians, and the hope that every future generation never forgets the many sacrifices that make freedom possible. The bell from the USS Arizona will sound in honor of the sacrifice of each service. We remember the territory of Hawaii. On that fateful morning, we remember the 49 civilians who lost their lives as a result of the attack. As a base for all of the military services, the then territory of Hawaii and its citizens played a major role in one of history's greatest salvage and repair efforts, quickly restoring most of the damaged ships and expediting their return to the fleet. Hawaii's citizens opened their homes and businesses to servicemen stationed in the islands and to those returning from war patrols. Today, the state of Hawaii remains a strategic and welcoming home port for our military, continuing to offer aloha to all. Representing the territory of Hawaii is CSM Brandon Kumale of the Hawaii Air National Guard, Ranger Joe Borgia from the National Park Service, and McKinley High School Junior ROTC Cadet Captain Amara Aro. We remember the United States Army. While many history books tend to focus on the Pearl Harbor attack, the brave members of the United States Army fought diligently to defend their posts on December 7th, 1941. In total, 233 soldiers were killed during the surprise attack. Today, from Schofield Barracks to Bellows Airfield, the U.S. Army stands ready to defend our nation and maintain a steadfast presence on Oahu. Representing the United States Army is Sergeant Richard Rodriguez, Ranger Tito Griffith from the National Park Service, and McKinley High School Junior ROTC Cadet Captain Ryan Kapakungan. We remember the United States Marine Corps. Many may not realize until visiting the USS Arizona Memorial that the United States Marine Detachment made up part of each battleship's crew. A total of 109 Marines lost their lives that day, 105 perished aboard ships in Pearl Harbor, and 4 were killed in action at the Eva Mooring Mast Field. Today, Marines continue the tradition of serving our nation wherever and whenever they are called upon. Their commitment to self-sacrifice and dedication provide a cornerstone for our nation's defense in the challenges of the 21st century. Representing the United States Marine Corps is Sergeant Alan Reyes, Ranger Phil Legenfelter from the National Park Service, and Campbell High School Junior ROTC Cadet Lieutenant Robert Kabating. We remember the United States Navy. (1,999) sailors lost their lives in the December 7th attacks on Pearl Harbor and Naval Air Station Kaneohe Bay. Many sailors met their final resting place in the waters directly behind me while defending their ships and helping their shipmates escape the burning waters. Many more assisted in rescue and recovery efforts in the days and weeks that followed. The sailors of today's Navy continue to serve with honor, courage, and commitment to protect our nation's interests at sea. Alongside America's allies and partners, they stand ready to provide maritime defense, preserve economic prosperity, and keep the seas open and free. Representing the United States Navy is BM2 Jesse Moore, Ranger Daniel Dapais from the National Park Service, and Campbell High School Junior ROTC Cadet Lieutenant Commander Juliette Castone. We remember the United States Air Force. Though not yet in service in 1941, the United States Air Force was formerly referred to as the Army Air Forces, and here on Oahu as the Hawaiian Air Force. On December 7th, Lieutenants Ken Taylor and George Welch scrambled to their aircraft parked at Haleiwa Field and took off to brave the skies against incredible odds. Today, airmen serving the United States Air Force in Hawaii continue the legacy of the defense of America's vital airspace interests and around the globe. Representing the United States Air Force is A1C Sloan Campbell, Ranger Susie Schmalbeck from the National Park Service, and Civil Air Patrol Cadet Captain Adam Etlich. We remember the United States Space Force. America's newest military branch, the United States Space Force carries the proud legacy of the Army Air Forces as guardians of America's interests around the globe. They represent the latest example of carrying on the legacy of the generations of Americans we honor today. The Space Force Guardians in the Indo-Pacific stand vigilant to safeguard American assets in orbit from physical and digital attack in the ever-changing challenges of the 21st century. Representing the United States Space Force is Specialist 3 Holly Moran, Ranger Dustin Furlong from the National Park Service, and Civil Air Patrol Cadet Tech Sergeant Lillian Burrell. We remember the United States Coast Guard. At the time of the attack, U.S. Coast Guard vessels in Hawaii were all stationed in Honolulu. At 6:45, the patrol craft Tiger intercepted a dispatch from USS Ward that claimed destruction of a submarine. Later, Tiger itself came under enemy fire as it participated in the defense of Oahu. The United States Coast Guard continues to serve as America's frontline agency for enforcing the nation's laws at sea, protecting the marine environment, and providing life-saving sacrifices. Representing the United States Coast Guard is AET-3 Jacob Keller, Ranger Joseph Wool from the National Park Service, and Campbell High School Junior ROTC Cadet Ensign Hayden Umayam. At this time, the wreath presenters representing today's generation of veterans will salute the greatest generation for their service and their legacy. Would all Pearl Harbor survivors and all of our World War II veterans please remain seated so that we and all who are present here today can honor you. We acknowledge that on December 7th, 1941, and in the years that followed, you executed your duties at your posts and weathered the storm of war. It is because of you and all those who served 83 years ago that we enjoy freedom and liberty in this great country today. Will everyone else please stand and join me in expressing our appreciation? A grateful nation applauds you today. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the benediction and the Marine Corps Rifle Salute. At the conclusion of the rifle salute, a bugler for the United States Pacific Fleet Band will blow taps from the contemplation circle, symbolizing our commitment to always remember the lives lost on that day and to carry on their legacy of hope in the defense of freedom and lasting peace. Captain Gary Thornton, Navy Region Hawaii Chaplain, will now offer the benediction. Please welcome.
Aloha and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in this prayer of benediction. Let us pray. Keakua, God of our fathers, Creator God, as we stand on these hallowed grounds, Pu'uloa, as we look upon this national shrine, we guard in our hearts the sacred memory of those who gave their lives here so long ago. Bless us, O Lord, as we humble ourselves in thy presence, paying tribute to our shipmates and other service members, those from what many have called the greatest generation, who so valiantly served our country, many of whom rest here today in honored glory, ever on patrol. Amidst the peace and tranquility of this place, we pledge to remember their heroism on the 7th of December, 1941. We will never forget the courageous exploits and the incredible legacy of those who made the supreme sacrifice, who paid the ultimate price along with those who survived, was not in vain. At a moment's notice, they, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and yes, Coast Guardsmen, defended America's freedom. Those who died paid the ultimate price, demonstrated and upheld America's fighting spirit. Immortal One, we give you thanks today for those brave souls. Almighty God, you declared that no greater love hath any man than to lay down his life for friends. May we each and every one be willing to follow their example when duty calls. May we embrace and embody that same warrior ethos, all the while praying for the day when our enemies become our friends, when our swords shall be beaten into plowshares and our spears into pruning hooks. A day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn or wage war anymore. Eternal Father, until that glorious day, and as we prepare to depart this place and forge on, we ask that you would bless us and keep us, that you would make your face to shine upon us and be gracious unto us, that you would lift up your countenance upon us and grant us your peace. This we ask in your most holy, mighty, matchless, and wonderful name. Amen.
Captain Thornton, thank you so much. Stand by for rifle salute. Side boys post. On behalf of the National Park Service of the United States Navy, thank you for attending today's observance of the 83rd anniversary of the attack on Oahu, and for continuing to remember and honor the sacrifices made by those who served here December 7th, 1941. To those who are watching our ceremony through our online broadcast, we also extend our sincere aloha. Thank you to the Defense Media Activity providing the live stream. This ceremony would not have been possible today without the critical assistance of Pacific Historic Parks. Please remain standing for the departure of the official party. United States Pacific Fleet departing. Navy Region Hawaii departing. Mr. Tom Leatherman, Superintendent, Pearl Harbor National Memorial, National Park Service, departing. Miss Nikki Stratton, sponsor, USS Arizona, departing. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony. Please take a moment to meet our veterans in attendance and offer a personal expression of gratitude for their service, their sacrifice, and for giving us the opportunity to honor them here today. Please enjoy the patriotic music performed by the United States Pacific Fleet Band as you depart. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Mahalo, aloha.
Orgue, instrument sacré, élève nos chants et nos prières vers Marie, la mère de Jésus.
Нет, я думаю, что они просто поют, поддерживают идею. 하늘을 하나씩 있습니다.
профессионально. никто не понял.
სავარაუდოდ აი ის ფუშკები საცემლად რამდენიმე ჩავიდა და ამობრუნდა ალბათ სავარაუდოდ ცემეს. ექიპები დადიოდნენ.
I cannot go here, but I cannot go. Yesterday, when go. Today is New York. Саня, что там пишешь, что-то случилось? Сколько дорог? Что? Я говорю, еще раз напишешь, что-то случилось. За что? Ветер паника. Надо сначала убедиться, потом писать. Побежали все? Вон там что-нибудь побежали. Хорошо. Ondan şuradaki simülasyon da. Ne? Чего? Я слышу, кому-то они говорят, не They won't kill him, right? Yes, sure. I want to go there and there. Here, US coast. Suck my dick.
Was soll ich euch gut fahren? Doch gut. Doch gut.
здесь, вот он. Пойди, Саня, посмотри, что там.
Ai gadagıma şimdi duyuyorsun. Olsam da.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was offering about like 1930.
Right. I love right.
Yeah, exactly.
I was looking for
Yeah. I mean, it ended pretty peacefully. Like, they just pushed everyone down there. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're... Yeah. That's what I was just saying with Hanson Pond. It seems like if you're in the big crowd, then you're fine. But if you branch to smaller groups, then yeah, I mean, there's even like a random open guy who got just snagged coming out of the cab, and I'm like, oh, that's Predator girl. I don't know what he was doing.
Let's try to make it with
Don't.
I know, bro, but he can hit me. No, like a ghost guy. No, if they don't want to be shooter, you are teacher. I know. You are Superman. Yeah, you good?
I don't want salute. Why? You don't want to? Yeah, I asked. If you want
And you. I don't know you.
Yeah, go.
And go home.
Yeah. I don't know.
Who is this?
Yeah. I want to do a story. This was like a month after my car on for it. Crazy story. This guy was out by the dairy, and it was his father and his son. And the son got released on the wall. And let's go like going to live wild. We're on release. And they're out like on the train. Going around these areas where we search and They found this guy's father's body there, like somebody shot in the head. Yeah. Yeah, I watched this story on yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how it's going. But anyway, go back to Florida, Moscow. And they ended up going to some of the buffers. The first buffer today was like they were a big off the story. And like that was taking me minimum $100 to travel. Like from Starbucks, staying there for a day or two. Such good fly line. Fly line. Можно написать сейчас, что приехали? Да. Yeah, very.
Все, ехал уговор Флора попал играть.
Okay, let's go maybe closer. I just closed my pocket.
Глеб, сигнал, посмотри какой.
Саша Хэл здесь. Здесь Саша Хэл.
Не, они не будут так долго.
Можно вообще остановить и они еще должны включить.
занято, все эфир. Куда это?
Просто может ее выставить.
Да? Класс. Ну, и опять же, да. Это то, что ты говорил, в толпе они это самое начинают, да, как бы толкать там.
çok şık var.
Just I house. Isambavი, potom რომ მოიგო, ოსტინახე დავალაი. ის ყოა თავიდან ვერ ვიცი. იცი ვინმე გონე ალექსი.
კაკი, ბიბიში რო ქურცხელია, მოყებიანი, იმას არ გავსი.
არა ინე ვაიკატი ჩამი რაღაცა გონია თუ რაღაც სულიერ ოჯახში ყველა შევარი
Получилось? Нет? Осветить фонарик. Ранее убегает быстрее, чем
შემოც ვაგონია რომ ვინგია იქი. 사이다니 있었다. biraz var.
Sadari, Sai, anche ho i muschi c'è cioccolato schifo.
Vale, è una prossima americana.
Я даже вижу эту икону Paphos, закрепил.
Он маленький на обоим шагах.
Не, ну это не просто да, выскочил из клипа.
Видел? Эти на обоим минами, я слушаю. Арги, ну и все порвали.
Давай, давай. Да можешь ходить, маячить.
ალბომში წერდა ემო. ალბათ
Там примерно такая же картина, как плавно.
კამერა რო არის
აუ აღარა ვარ მე რამდენი დღეა ვათი ჩემი საერთოდ მალტაზია არ უნდა გამოვაცხო
მე აკლიმატიზაცია იქ ხავა ანეკა თობალიკები აგებია
ო შერიმ ტანგები იყიდე
ატა ჯაჭვიანი
ჩუმა ფეგდე ბიჭო კამერა იქაბა მე დაგდები
An historic increase in annual defense spending across NATO by almost $80 billion. And all NATO allies agreed in 2006 to spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. In 2014, only 3 allies hit that target. In 2021, only 6 allies did so. But this year, a record 23 NATO allies are meeting that goal. That's because we understand that Putin's assault on Ukraine is a warning. As I said in Kyiv in October, we are seeing a sneak preview of a world built by tyrants and thugs. A chaotic world, violent world, carved into spheres of influence. A world where bullies trample their smaller neighbors, in a world where aggressors force free people to live in fear. So we can continue to stand up to the Kremlin, or we can let Putin have his way and condemn our children and grandchildren to live in a world of chaos and conflict. This administration has made its choice, and so has a bipartisan coalition in Congress. The next administration must make its own choice. But from this library, from this podium, I am confident that President Reagan would have stood on the side of Ukraine, American security, and human freedom. That brings me to my next key area, the Middle East. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas committed the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. Hamas murdered 1,200 civilians, including more than 40 Americans. It also kidnapped 251 hostages, including 12 Americans. It was the bloodiest day in Jewish history since the end of the Holocaust. I flew to Israel just 6 days afterwards, and I was the first visit. It was the first visit by a Secretary of Defense to Israel during wartime in more than 40 years. And I made it crystal clear that America's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. And we have worked to support Israel to ensure that Hamas can never again commit atrocities like October 7th. And so since then, we have expedited security assistance to Israel through 391 foreign military sales cases worth some $13.6 billion. And at the same time, we pushed hard to protect Palestinian civilians and to rush far more humanitarian aid into Gaza. As I said here last year, protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative. And throughout this crisis, we've moved urgently to prevent all-out war in the Middle East. And right after October 7th, we sent a strong message of deterrence to Iran and its proxies. At the height of the crisis, the U.S. presence in the region included not one, but two carrier strike groups, an amphibious ready group, a marine expeditionary unit, more air power, and a guided missile submarine. And when required, we have used direct action to defend our forces and our friends. We rallied partners to defeat two unprecedented and outrageous Iranian barrages against Israel. We helped Israel defend itself in April of 2024 against more than 300 Iranian missiles and drones. And in that attack, U.S. forces destroyed more than 80 one-way attack drones and at least 6 ballistic missiles launched from Iran. Our forces operated side by side with Israeli and partner forces to defeat 99% of Iran's projectiles. And we were there again for Israel in October 2024, when Iran launched over 200 ballistic missiles. To further strengthen Israel's air defenses, we have temporarily deployed to Israel a THAAD battery and its crew of U.S. military personnel. In the Red Sea, U.S. forces have been defeating attacks on commercial and naval vessels by the Iran-backed Houthi militia in Yemen. And we have destroyed hundreds of Houthi weapons in a series of deliberate strikes and self-defense strikes. In Lebanon, Israel has smashed Hezbollah. Now that has dramatically weakened Iran's strongest proxy. And it's created an opening for a diplomatic solution that will let civilians on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border return safely to their homes. We've secured the November 26th ceasefire for Israel and Lebanon. And that paves the way for a ceasefire in Gaza and a deal to finally free the hostages. And we will remain focused on that. It brings us closer to a more hopeful vision for a Middle East that's peaceful and prosperous and secure. Now, we've balanced our own readiness even as we surge security assistance to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Leader McConnell is right that we've all got a lot more work to do. But the department's investments since 2021 in the defense industrial base have positioned America to outpace any rival and ensure our enduring military advantage. But he is right. We have a lot more work to do here. And the industrial base is delivering a far more agile and lethal joint force. We're growing our own production capacity. We're implementing the first ever National Defense Industrial Strategy to modernize the defense industrial base, and that will make our supply chains more resilient, our acquisitions more flexible. But again, there is much more work to be done here. We've been buying to the limits of our defense industrial base. And we've been pushing hard with many in this room to expand those limits. This includes investing more than $5 billion since 2022 to drastically increase the production of critical munitions, everything from Patriots to 155 millimeter artillery rounds. And we've made major investments in cutting-edge capabilities such as cybersecurity, AI, and autonomous systems. And we've produced the department's largest space budgets ever. And over the past 4 years, the department has pulled the future forward. And one especially lasting legacy is our work on a combined joint all-domain command and control. CJADC-2 will connect U.S. forces across all operational domains. It used to be a pipe dream. And so many had said this cannot be done. No longer. In less than 2 years, we fielded capability for CJADC-2 that is in active use at Indo-PACOM. And we've established a minimum viable capability for CJADC-2 across other combatant commands. Another key legacy is the B-21 Raider, which you will recall I unveiled 2 years ago on my way to the Reagan Forum. The Raider is America's first new strategic bomber in 3 decades. And it delivers an unmatched combination of range, stealth, and durability. To build on all of this progress, I elevated the status of the Defense Innovation Unit. I visited DIU yesterday in Northern California. And I saw again how it's helping us work much more closely with commercial companies. DIU is removing barriers to innovation and letting the department take far greater advantage of private sector talent and tech. DIU also advanced the Replicator initiative, which helps the department swiftly deliver capabilities to the warfighter at speed and scale. And Replicator is already delivering attritable, autonomous systems to our forces. 2 years ago, at this forum, I launched the Office of Strategic Capital. And we partnered with Congress on authorities and funding. And this office is on track to issue its first loans for equipment financing early next year. And meanwhile, we're deepening our partnership with private firms, and that includes new players that would have once stayed away from the so-called Valley of Death. Since 2021, at least $375 billion in DoD funds have gone to non-traditional defense companies, from commercial firms to defense tech startups. Now, in recent years, the threat of unmanned systems has grown exponentially. These systems are cheap easy to use, and evolving at breakneck speed. And less capable foes are using them to threaten our troops, our bases, and our interests. And these systems have been front and center in both Ukraine and the Middle East. This threat will only grow. And so yesterday at DIU, we unveiled a department-wide strategy to counter unmanned systems. And this roadmap will help to ensure that our joint force can fight and win in an environment increasingly dominated by unmanned systems. And I am proud that we've mobilized the entire department to tackle this urgent challenge and to remain masters of the changing character of warfare. And that brings me to my sixth key area, and that's doing right by our all-volunteer force and our veterans and their families. So we've taken concrete steps to take the best possible care of our people and their families. Base pay for our troops is up almost 10% since January 2021 with the help of Congress. And we proposed another 4.5% pay raise for 2025. I've also directed actions to make moves easier, to help military spouses pursue their own careers, to introduce universal pre-K in our outstanding DoDEA schools, and expand access to affordable child care and high-quality early childhood education. We've also tackled some tough problems that have no simple solutions and no place in our ranks. We've been driving hard to end sexual assault and sexual harassment in our military. We're implementing the approved recommendations of the Independent Review Commission that I stood up. And in fiscal year 2023, the prevalence of sexual assault in the military decreased for the first time in more than 8 years. We've also established the offices of Special Trial Counsel. They take cases of sexual assault, domestic violence, and some other serious crimes out of the military chain of command and entrust them to independent and highly trained military lawyers. Now, that's the most important reform to our military justice system since the creation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice in 1950. In 2022, I established the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Commission, and we're moving out urgently on its approved recommendations. And let me be clear, the only acceptable number of suicides in the U.S. military is 0. Now, I took office amid major headwinds in the recruiting environment, including a competitive job market and the aftermath of the pandemic. But we focused on a renewed call to service and on bending the curve. And we turned around the recruiting picture in 2024. And I'm very proud that the department has kept up the high levels of retention throughout all the services. And finally, in everything that we do, American values matter. Each soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian swears to defend our country and our Constitution. We protect not just the American people, but also the American idea. That is what we do, and that is who we are. The Constitution charges us to provide for the common defense, and we will continue to do just that. That means holding true to what makes America exceptional. It means keeping faith with our friends. It means standing up to our foes, and it means knowing the difference between the two. I say all of this as a lifelong military man, and I know a few things about the American way of war. And over my decades of service to America, I have deepened some core beliefs. They are battle-tested, and they are tempered by decades in uniform, and they are forged by years at war. So what do I believe? I believe this: peace is not self-executing. Order does not preserve itself. And security does not flower on its own. The world built by American leadership can only be maintained by American leadership. As President Biden has said, American leadership is what holds the world together. And from Russia to China, from Hamas to Iran, our rivals and foes want to divide and weaken the United States and to split us all from our allies and partners. So at this hinge in history, America must not waver. American leadership rallies our allies and partners to uphold our shared security. And it inspires ordinary people around the world to work together toward a brighter future. But the troubles of our times will only grow worse without strong and steady American leadership to defend the rules-based international order that keeps us all safe. And if we forfeit our position of responsibility, our rivals and foes will be glad to fill the vacuum. Those beliefs were true when I said those exact words from this podium last year. They are true today, and they will be true tomorrow. Of course, there is far more work to be done. But as this year and this administration draws to a close, America is positioned to stand strong. Our alliances have been renewed and reinforced. Our recruiting trends point upward. Our investments in the future are vast, and our military reflects the full strength of the great democracy that it defends. And so the baton will soon be passed, and others will decide the course ahead. And I hope that they will build on the strength that we have forged over the past 4 years. Thank you very much. May God continue to bless the United States of America.